You're muted.
Turn the audio on, great. Welcome, everyone. We are on to the MSA workshop here on Monday, December 19th, 2022. So for our workshop today, we've decided to devote some extra time to bylaws and the revisions. So I know we've had a number of meetings kind of outside of the board meetings, but we thought we'd spend some time just with our workshop tonight. So, and I'm hoping Carol gets a chance to come in as well because she's really been leading that for us. But I think in the meantime, maybe Randy, you and I think we said, and did anyone, Jeff, were you in the last one as well?
No, I was not.
Okay, that's fine. But, and I caught a lot of it, but not the very end of it, if I remember. So I'm looking on page 13. Are you steering for us, Jeff?
I am for now.
Thank you. Page 13, if you can scroll down. That looks right. So same as last time, the green is the recommendation from the committee. Some of the research notes are kind of in a different colored format, but typically gray down below with some of the different schools listed out. So this one, resignations, removal of board members. So we tried to streamline it a little bit. Any questions on this one?
And we, instead of doing a majority vote, we did 2/3 because removal of one of the board of directors is pretty serious. So we want to make sure that it was a larger percentage of the board that was making that decision.
That's right, and with some of the concern being if the board got small, like it was earlier this year, we had 5, 2 or 3 kind of closely knit board members could change the board significantly, right? So we normally we'd like to keep the majority just to keep it clean, but in this case we thought let's make it more difficult to change over the board. The other thing, I was just going to add, the other thing was typically the board members are elected by the public, and it seemed a little bit not fair that like a smaller subset of this board could overrule that. So those are kind of the rationale why we, instead of majority, we said 2/3.
The comment I had was up at the top, it says board member, but in the green it says directors. And that confused me a little when I was reading it because I thought, does that mean the executive director or board of director?
Yeah.
Or,
I mean, I think
or should it
technically
be
we're all
board members?
directors because we are the board of directors.
Okay,
But we commonly just refer to each other as board members, so.
Right.
Yeah. Right?
and then in the title it says board member. I don't know, maybe it could just be consistent.
I think it's important that in the document that we're consistent with language.
Yeah,
Okay.
and how did we refer to people before? Did we always say directors or?
What do we say?
Board members.
But you're the BODs, right? So
What about the
Well,
previous
right?
changes we've done? Did we say?
That's what I'm looking through.
Technically, we are the board of directors, so I guess technically we all are
Okay.
directors, but we have board directors and we have executive directors and.
But on
Okay,
section
that's
3,
fine.
it says terms of board
Assistant
members.
directors
Oh,
or
then
whatever
maybe
else.
she said.
So we've gone back and forth. So I'll just capture a note that we should be consistent.
Maybe,
throughout.
yeah.
Yep, okay.
That's a good catch, though, Jim.
Maybe you could read members of the board of
Maybe,
directors.
just because I mean, I'm
Yeah.
confused.
So that it's
Right.
like a-
Yeah, because here we say terms of board members.
Board members, yeah, we've changed them back and forth, so. Okay.
You making notes down then?
Yeah, I just,
Okay.
yep, I got notes.
Okay.
Other comments on this one?
So prior to this language, I'm just skimming through.
Sure.
How, did we have any language that said you can, a board member could be removed?
I don't think so.
There was, it said by cause. It was pretty vague.
Oh, yeah, we
Because-
did have a discussion on cause, just
Yeah,
real quick,
yeah.
because we'd listed out like, head over here,
What
and we just got
causes
started. We listed out one cause, which was like missing a few meetings.
Yep.
But then the discussion was like, there are so many causes, why would we just put down one cause? So we just took that section out and just, the board can decide whenever it needs to have a discussion about removing someone, then we do it that way, as opposed to just listing out one cause of missing a few meetings. So I know that that was a good example, but there's so many other examples that we didn't want to list them all.
But we took out the phrase for cause then.
Yeah,
I mean, that has meaning even if you don't list it, because it keeps you from arbitrarily voting people out. And here, I mean, we've then made a huge change, because before, yeah, we didn't do so well in listing it, but at least it had to be for cause. Here, it could be for anything, and I'm not sure that would be a good thing to do, because most positions are elected, except for, we've had a couple we had to appoint. So having, or giving the ability to board members to remove an elected position is pretty drastic, normally.
So are you saying you'd like to keep in the for cause, just maybe don't,
We don't have to list
just the
everything.
examples?
Yeah,
I mean,
Maybe it's that last sentence, the director may be removed for cause at any
Yeah.
time
Yeah.
by 2/3 vote.
it's also fine, because we would never remove anyone for no cause.
Right.
So I'm okay either way, Jeff. Yeah.
and although, the rest of that is the whole concept of allowing the board to remove an elected official. I've not done that research, so I didn't catch that until now, but that doesn't feel quite right. But maybe the for cause kind of keeps it from
We,
getting out of hand,
we had before dismissal for cause, right? That was in the MSA one before, their written resignation or dismissal for cause. So,
Am I reading this correctly, that the state statute's listed right under the research notes?
yep,
correct.
It does state there, be removed at any time with or without cause, and that's from the state statute. Just pointing that out.
we could use that same word, with or without cause, because it doesn't change the up top, it just,
I see where you're coming from. If you remove somebody without cause, there's gonna be some backlash from that, so it's, but I'm just pointing out what it says in the state statute.
yeah, I can't envision a situation where we would sit down and have a board meeting, talk about removing someone and not list the reason why, and then get 6 out of the 9 members to go along with that, right? So there have to be something there. That's why I didn't mind if it was in or not, but I don't also mind if it's in. So maybe, Heather, we could add the with or without cause.
I'm still not with you.
Sure, we're on page 13, Article 4, Section E, the resignation and removal.
Can't even find the email.
You want, here, you can help share with mine if you can read. We did have another comment that sometimes we say directors and sometimes we say board members. So maybe as we just go through, we just change them all to one.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will.
Because the directors gets a little confusing with our executive director.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I'm just going to capture the comment of, because I think everyone's okay if we say with or without cause. Okay. Other comments on this one?
You have that noted, do you?
Yep, I'm going to send you these two notes.
Would that be placed in that last sentence?
I think it makes sense. A director may, let's say a director or a
Moved
board
it in.
member may be removed with or without cause at any time by a 2/3 vote.
Thank you.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's 2/3 of the remaining board besides the
2/3
person
of
being
all
voted on,
remaining.
right?
Yeah, 2/3 of, if we're 9, then 8. So 6.
Remaining directors. yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So it would take 6.
Making sure I'm interpreting that right.
All right, can we move on to Board of Director vacancies, page 14? Thanks, Tristan.
Yeah, sure. Vacancies on the board may be filled by appointment of a new member by the affirmative vote of a majority of the remaining members, even if this is less than a quorum. A member filling a vacancy shall hold office until the term of the predecessor expires.
And the last part was helping us to try to clean up some confusion we'd had previously, right? So now we're making it explicit that they would get that office, and then we would do an election at the end, just like normal.
So we can always fill a vacancy.
Do you want me to throw out questions? The question I had was about seated versus unseated.
So if that board member hasn't been sworn in yet, should there be another election, or what were you thinking of here?
I thought,
Seated?
I think we're not going to use the term seated or unseated in that section because, I'm sorry, my document's just not even
Go ahead.
loading. There was a previous section where we did deal with that, where we said that they would take their seat
The 10-year one?
on July 1st.
Yeah, July 1st
Oh,
through June
okay.
30th.
Yes.
That was the last meeting. Okay.
Page 10.
Okay. So this is just current board members we're talking.
Well, so if somebody wins an election, but they haven't been sworn in at that July 1st meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then that seat's vacant.
And then we would,
And then you have to, because the election's already over.
And then we would appoint for 3 years then, right?
Yes?
Yeah, in
Is
that
was
case.
that election?
Yeah, okay. Okay.
do you think we should do that? I mean, I feel uncomfortable doing that. Just because.
Appointing someone for 3 years?
Well, then
We talked about
people don't have a chance to vote.
to vote again for a
Yeah,
year.
I mean,
So
it
if
just
that
feels
happened-
uncomfortable to me.
If that happened, you would have a board of 8 or maybe less, right? The other members of the board would have to use their reasonable judgment to elect a person. So the board would get to decide how they want to do that. Do you want to appoint a committee? Do we want to consider who came in runner-up?
Well, and the situation is now we have a minimum amount of board members, so we wouldn't have to, so we say we must have at least 5, right? So if someone doesn't take the seat, we wouldn't have to fill it because we have a minimum amount, am I correct?
You can still
You
do
could
that.
roll with 8 until the next year.
But you know, when you, and you'll see it as that actually comes up later, there is a duty to fill that seat for the stakeholders. Could you make the decision, we just don't want to fill that seat? Probably not. You probably need to make the effort to fill that seat and come up with a reasonable way to do it. So it does leave the board discretion.
I like the idea of the board discretion, though. I mean, every situation is going to be unique. I like the idea that it's clear what happens if we fill it. I'm just thinking the other example is somebody resigns a month or 2 before their term expires. I would say maybe we put that in the next election. You know what I mean? If
I
the
was
election's coming up.
Thinking like last time, 3 vacancies, that's a lot.
It is a lot to be appointed.
For us to just decide,
Yeah.
it doesn't seem, it says may, so is that why it's open for discussion?
Mhm.
Vacancies may be filled, so the board could decide.
Well, that's the discretion that Dan just nailed when he
Okay.
said, if it's 2 months to an election, are you really going to be able to
Just do the election, right?
get to know somebody, you know, you would just probably push it to election, and that would be reasonable. That would be a
Yeah.
reasonable decision.
As opposed to every situation writing down on paper. I think we won't capture them all.
Anybody else, thoughts on this one? I mean, it's an important section.
Yeah. Move on?
Yeah, if nobody has any thoughts on that one. This one was pretty standard.
Could we scroll to training, Justin? Page 15. Yep.
So when the committee met, there was a typo in that first sentence, and we couldn't make sense of it. So during the committee meeting, we took it out, but then I went back and I looked at some of the other statutes, and I was able to fix what that sentence is, so that's what that sentence ought to be. Every board member shall attend annual training throughout the member's term. So I put that back in. The committee has not technically reviewed that sentence being added back in.
I think a question I had about it was, we spell out what the training is for the new people, but every board member shall attend annual training. What kind of training?
Whatever the statute says we have to do.
Oh,
It's the
in
board of
bottom.
responsibilities is the first training that has to be done within the 6 months. So board roles and responsibilities is the first training that is required by law to be done within the first 6 months. And then the finance and, what was it? Laws, that has to be done within a year.
So we seated many in June, right? So does everyone have that training?
Well, but I think Jennifer was asking about
Yeah.
people who already
Agreed.
did that, right?
Where in parentheses where it says, every board member shall attend the annual training.
Yeah, so what, is that the same training, like that training
Yeah,
the
what training?
first year members have to do every year, or is it different?
Or is it just like Paula's kind of thing? Does that considered training?
Because like we've had, every year we have some form of finance training, and we
Right.
usually do that as a part of a workshop. Are those trainings, like, it says we have to do training, but I'm unclear of what, like, are we doing the finance trainings because we have to, are we doing it extra? I'm not sure if this is the right place to answer that question. Also, I'm unclear about this, a new board member who does not require, who does not begin the training within 6 months and then completes it within 12?
Yeah, you have to start within the first 6 months.
Well, okay, you have to start within 6 months and you have basically
A year to finish.
the other the next 6 months to finish. Okay, I get it now.
I'll find out the answer to that question with the first sentence in here.
And then-
Every board member shall attend annual training throughout the member's term.
And then, this came up with Dan and I, we've had this initial training when we started our first term, but now we're on the second term, so I don't know if this needs to be answered there, but it'd be nice to have somewhere that says if that training is still valid or if we have to redo it.
Or if there's a refresher course.
Or a refresher or something.
Yeah.
And a refresher might be a good idea, but it's not required, but.
Okay,
Best
so
practice.
definition of annual training, what is it? What does it mean?
If
I'll
you've been
revisit having that
reelected,
sentence in there.
so like if you did your first term and you get reelected, do you, right?
Or if
Because then
there's
you've
a
been reelected.
Yeah, if there's a gap in your term.
Well, what
you
if
come
there's
back.
no gap in your term?
Yeah.
Well, Jeff had a gap, you and I didn't have a gap.
So we need the definition of new member as well.
I mean, attend annual training.
Yeah, not every term, every year.
But there's nothing else on the website, Minnesota's website explaining that anymore, so this is copied right out of there, it looks like. So,
That's okay, I can send the question off to MSBA.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of resources.
And the stuff with Paula Forbes is considered board
yeah,
training too.
so I would say, we're having training almost every month, right, on something.
With workshops.
So we are doing training, I would count that, and I guess if it's saying you have to attend that too, you can't just skip out on that, you have to, then I would read it that way. But when it says annual training, that to me says there might be something that's done annually, and I don't know what that is. Yeah.
And there may be training specific to positions, so like board chair would be,
Yeah.
they're probably training for
Maybe.
that, maybe for finance, because finance law changes all the time. Having that update would be a positive.
Yeah, and, well, and if we're doing these, part of our workshop, these trainings though, but like, how many do we, like, have to actually attend, because we can't make every board meeting. So, I'm just like, I'm thinking like, yeah, someone didn't attend all of them, are they not in compliance? So I know we're counting those as training, but, or we need some minimum, I don't know if there's a minimum hours or, I don't know how they, I know in the accounting world, they track credit hours.
In January, if folks that sat in in June, haven't taken that first one, then they can't sit on the board in January. Is that right?
If they haven't started it, I believe is,
Says complete.
they have to
so
start it by 6 months.
Required
and they
initial
have
training within
12
6
finish.
months after being seated
Yeah, so
Complete
they
within
start in
12.
July, then they would have 6 months from
to
January.
January. Yeah.
I'm gonna look, so .124E.07 says that. it talks about annual-
Subsection 7 is essentially exactly word for word in that statute.
Yeah, we copied it off the website,
Yeah.
didn't we? Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll need to follow up with them to see what
That
they need.
means
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
statutory.
We could specify like what it means to be a new member, but if you read through like St. Croix's, it says that the board of directors will determine a specific initial and annual training required and publish these requirements in a training policy, which would be probably this packet. So the board would have to decide what is that specific training post initial training.
And I will say, like, I inherited a calendar cadence that I do check through when we set up the agenda and just say, okay, like, whatever the training was recommended for that month. But I haven't gone back to like the source to see, where did that come from? I've just been copying that. So it would be nice to know where that came from. Okay. So maybe we just check a little bit more on the training.
Yeah,
Okay.
because the statute doesn't say
Doesn't
anything
say.
more than.
No.
That's a good question.
So point of clarification, again, you kind of raised the issue. We were seated in June. We started our first meeting in July, 6 months from June or 6 months from July?
July is probably right. So
July.
Because
January.
that's the first meeting that
Yeah,
we were in.
that's right.
That you're at.
So that takes us into
When
January.
were you appointed though? Was it August or?
We were, but if you were in initial
Okay.
election process, yeah.
Well, yeah, under these,
Right.
clear, we start.
I'm just saying some of our new members were appointed in August, so there's 6 months.
It should start from when they're
Yeah.
appointed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Can I ask for some clarification why we seat in June and July versus the first of the year? Is there?
I think just the school fiscal year, the school years, it's matched the same to the school fiscal year.
We used to do January, and then at one time it was determined it was so disruptive to the school year that it was moved then to June and July.
Yeah, 'cause-
The election happens in May, right?
Yeah.
Right, it used to be the same day as Election Day. We used to do it in November for January. And then
We're
that
going
got
through the training
2
right
months.
now, and it's all people who've haven't been
Right.
appointed yet. They've won their seat.
Yep, they start in January.
Yeah.
But they start in January.
Yeah.
so
Oh,
you've
other
been
boards.
using it, like, when
Yep.
you began.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh.
And then it was, I don't remember when, but it
So
was
traditional
determined,
school starts
it made more
January
sense
1st.
because of the school calendar to finish out a school year and then.
But what's nice about what they're doing is they go through all the training
Yeah,
before they take
before they
their seat.
start. Yeah.
And I think that may be best practice or something to consider.
That is true. I didn't get training information until after I was seated. So
But
I don't know if
that-
that needs to be part of the policy, but if someone's won a seat,
That's maybe something that we can do better at the next time we do an election, right? Once they
Right, yeah.
seem to be the top choice, we can right away say, by the way, you're required to take this training, So I think that's something that we can do as a board, or I can do, or the elections committee can help with.
Yeah, I think that would be really, as a new member, I should have done that in September, like, right?
If the training's already
If
been
it's
available
off
at that
or-
point.
Right, I think that's the key
It
too.
was
Had to
available.
wait.
It was? Okay.
Because it
I
wasn't
just-
available.
Yeah.
There weren't a ton of options.
And I would also suggest maybe trainings through Max, and I know that's on the agenda for later today, because right now it's all public school, traditional public school, and the last training we went through, we sat through an hour of them talking, what is a teacher and what is their licensure? And I'm like.
Teacher. Yeah, it was fun. You have 3 more hours.
Collective
of
bargaining.
listening.
Okay, good luck.
We don't have that.
I did it.
board of directors meetings.
So just to be clear on G, I'm getting some definitions.
And
I'll
so
report
on
back
training,
next.
and then also maybe the
What a
clarification on a new member, is
Yeah.
that like a gap or is it continuous or
New
just?
member versus returning member.
Yeah, something like
Yeah.
that.
And, yeah, a time frame between, does 10 years count as a gap, or does that count as a? Or if they've gone from one school to another, I don't know if that's,
I would think if you're in a new school, you have to go through the training again.
maybe?
I would think so. It's a new board.
All right, section H, Board of Directors meetings. All board meetings and notice of all such meetings shall comply with the open meetings law, Minnesota statute 13D. Student representatives are not permitted to attend closed meetings, and there should be a period there.
When this is written in the policy, will the statute be copied there too, or
No,
we
it'll
look it up every time, or people have stuff to look at?
Yeah, just
Does it-
probably, I'll
does it
take out all the
changes?
research notes.
Do you think it changes a lot?
I can. I mean, if we were to click on it right now, we could see all the revisions,
Oh.
and we could see
I
the legislative history on it.
I feel like
so-
it changed because of COVID and people moving to
okay.
like more virtual meetings. I haven't actually researched it, but I know we were granted like a lot of like, special privileges or like, allowed us to change the rules because of COVID.
If you think about its purpose, right, it's almost more of just letting future board members know what they're responsible for, right? Because, I mean, whether we put it down or not, we're still responsible for all of these. Now it's just highlighting these specifically so they know where to go and look, right?
I suppose it's easy to look up.
And I think we did have an option, and we recommended that student representatives do not attend the closed meetings. Typically, those ones will be subject matters that they maybe don't need to sit in, if it's about a student or about another teacher, so.
It may be wise for us to link the state statute website to our bylaws or school policy section of our website, just so that's easy access. 'Cause I'm looking right now and I'm not seeing that.
Yeah, we could do that. We could link, have active links straight to the reviser's website.
But maybe
That way-
not to the actual,
No.
because that'll change, right? The revisions will change, the link will die, yeah.
Or if you just have a link to the main website.
Yeah. That
Yeah.
shouldn't change.
If you just
that.
have a link that takes people to the reviser's website, you can put in
Whatever
all
they
your
want.
search words.
Perfect.
Yeah, the statute, even just, phrases that you're looking for.
And that's just for accessibility.
Mhm.
Yep.
That section look good, folks?
Section I, voting. Each member of the board shall have the power to exercise one vote unless a member has declared a conflict of interest. The affirmative vote of a majority of a quorum of board members shall constitute a duly authorized action of the board. We need to, I put this note in red when I was going through this after our committee meeting, that we do need to define what a quorum is.
I'm wondering if we should specify each voting member of the board, because we have non-voting members of the board, or is that redundant?
I think it does. I think it, in the previous section, it does say that the student representative is non-voting, and it says that administration is ex officio.
Okay.
But I'll make sure. I'll make
And
sure
then-
that we know who a voting,
Yeah.
it's defined,
Yeah.
who a voting member is.
What do we do in case Because what if somebody has a conflict of interest?
And then there's
it's
8.
Or
Yeah,
4.
because we've had that happen, and I thought the tie was affirmative.
The tie loses.
Okay.
If it's 4-4, you lose because you didn't get a majority of a vote.
I thought the tie passed.
I don't think we've ever had a tie with
I thought we
it.
did.
If you have 8 members, you need 5 to win. If you have 7, you need 4 to win. If you have 6, you need 4 to win. If you have 5, which is our quorum by statute, unless we want to deviate from that, you need 3 to win.
of one, right?
Yeah, because you can't split a human
That's what we just learned.
or a partial vote.
So a tie is a negative.
My left foot is in.
They
The
exist.
rest of my body is out.
No, because it's majority. It already says majority.
The word majority clarifies that
But
you
I-
need to have most.
Majority is more than half.
Yes.
And you can't split a person.
So if you have 4, you only have a half, you don't have a majority.
No, I get it. I'm just saying, I think we did it in the past where the tie won.
I don't think so.
Really? Okay.
I don't remember it, but we
Okay.
got to go
I
back.
don't remember having a tie in a while, so,
It was
I don't remember ever
Way
having
back.
a tie.
yeah. It's
3 years ago when I first started. But if you don't think we need to clarify, then that's fine.
We just all need to remember and hold
Yeah.
each other accountable
Yeah.
that a tie is not a win.
Okay.
Yeah,
Tie
just
is not majority.
read
Yeah.
every word literally.
Yeah.
You know, majority means
Majority.
majority.
Yeah. Okay.
There's really no way to fudge that one. Unless somebody's disqualified because of a
Conflict of
conflict.
interest.
Or absent,
Yeah.
right? Because we don't allow proxy voting.
Do we maybe want to put that we don't allow proxy voting, or is that a common practice?
The statute says, the default under the statute is you don't, unless you specify that you do.
We would have to specify
So-
we do allow it.
Instead of, okay.
So at the training last Wednesday, and Teresa can help me out with this, they said is if you plan to be out of town during a scheduled meeting, say you're at Subway in Fort Lauderdale, as long as you post the address of where you're at, you can participate in a board meeting virtually, as long as that address is posted and you're there.
Yes, and that is 13D. So
Okay.
that's not proxy voting,
Yeah.
that is remote
Mhm.
participation,
Okay.
right? You're still
Yep.
live participating, whereas proxy would be like,
They give you some paper.
Mhm.
you pass your vote to somebody else.
Okay.
That would be
you
like
say,
you
"Hey,
saying, I'm
Cody,
not
I
going to be
can't
here
make
when
it."
Will can vote for me.
Okay.
But you vote for me.
Yep.
So in that scenario, Wendell's scenario, do we, is that, we also have to be careful of putting something in the notice too?
It has to be like a 3-day notice.
I mean, the
So
address, like you said, the
Yeah.
address would be great, but you gotta pick it 3 days in advance.
Yes.
Put it in the notice and
Yeah.
then show up at that somewhere.
I did a couple months ago from
Yeah.
the Hyatt lobby.
Yeah.
So I put the
But
location.
you knew where you were gonna be.
Of the lobby, and
so-
then there I had a little thing like this saying, if
Yeah.
anyone wants to join my call. You're welcome to. Nobody did, nobody took me up on it. but-
Jay? Mr. Johnston asked this question last time. Can directors be compensated? So I did look that up, and that was kind of what I found. So and I shouldn't use, that's a good example of where we need to change to member. But members can be compensated, but then you lose, you kind of lose that civil protection. So it makes you susceptible for liability. So what the committee proposed was directors shall not receive compensation for their services as a director, but nothing in these bylaws shall be construed to preclude any director from serving the corporation as an employee, like our teachers do, and receiving compensation therefore. In addition, the directors of this corporation, you should probably change that
Yeah, I
to
was
just
gonna say
MSA,
that's-
yeah,
okay.
well, I'll clean that up.
Well, and board
Yeah.
members next.
Mhm.
for the,
This was that part of the meeting where everybody was coming and going. In addition, the directors may be reimbursed for reasonable out-of-pocket expenses as the directors from time to time determine such services to be directly in furtherance of the purpose and in the best interest of the corporation. Thoughts, concerns about staying a volunteer board?
I mean, there's no doubt time is put in, right? I do like the cleanliness of being able to answer to folks and saying, I'm not getting paid for this, right? I mean, so I think so often the feedback that I get from folks is assuming that we are raking in all this cash and you owe me all of this. And then I remind them that I'm a parent and I'm a volunteer, you know, so it's like, we're putting in as much as we can here, and that usually calms the situation down, whereas if they expect, you know, it's a service, a public servant that's being paid, I feel that conversation would go differently. So, at least for me, it feels like it's a little bit of protection for me to say, hang on, I'm a parent same as you, I'm also not getting paid for this, so let's work together here, right?
And I think the issue of liability is a valid one, you know, for
Yeah.
getting paid for an hour, a couple hours of work, but then giving up that, making yourself susceptible to liability is just, it would kind of make me feel frozen.
What do you mean frozen?
Well, I would be apprehensive, and a little bit fearful that,
Because of the liability?
of my,
Yeah, okay.
my,
Yeah. I guess it depends on how much money we decide to get paid.
but, okay, so it does say though that the teacher board members, they still get their salary,
Yeah.
but this is on top of that. And then we can still get out-of-pocket expenses, like if we drove to a training and wanted fuel reimbursement, stuff
Yeah.
like that.
yes. Then it's for
But
us
that's reimbursement.
to
not-
decide if that's a reasonable expense.
Okay.
Real quick comment, here it goes, nothing in these bylaws shall be construed to preclude any director from serving the corporation as an employee. But you can't be an employee, other than a teacher, you can't be on this board if you're an employee.
Right, and that's where we have to refer back to qualifications section.
I understand that, but does that provision directly contradict that?
Well, if we were to read the whole document in its totality, then the qualifications section puts a limit on who the board member can be. And this one sets a slight exclusion or a clarification saying that that employee that we said in the qualifications section that qualifies as a member of our board can still get his paycheck or her paycheck. And
I mean, I understand that theory, but you also have
You
to
want
be
it clear.
careful, because if you pick this up and don't read it in order perfectly, this provision in and of itself sounds like it's in direct conflict with that.
But wouldn't you always read the qualification section to see if
Most
that board
people
member
don't
is
read everything.
qualifications?
Could we just have a thing, you know, like, any director
I can
from?
refer back to the qualifications section.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or,
just
yeah,
leave the-
serving as defined,
As defined in section,
yeah.
whatever.
So it links back.
qualifications.
I'm just looking at this, if you delete that clause, does that matter? Why put
Or
the
take it out,
qualification?
why put it in there anyway?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Or you could
If
say-
you qualify it, why put that clause in there? Correct, yeah.
Could you say
Yeah, because-
include any teacher board member from serving as an employee? Or, no.
The first
Doesn't it?
sentence
Doesn't it?
for the services as, let's say, board member,
Yeah.
that's different than the teacher services, right?
Correct.
So if you just put a period there.
Yeah,
then-
yeah.
And just take it
Yeah.
out.
Maybe that cleans it up too.
I think so too. Let's try that.
And we'll read it again.
Mhm.
I'm
Well,
always
but-
careful about taking it out too, because we might have caused another problem, I get that.
Well, when I take it out, I mean, I'll just throw it down there in red.
Or bracket it or something, so we can reread it later.
Yeah, or strike it, I might just strike it, so we can always see it.
Yeah. And try it on, I mean, we might.
I mean, I want to err on the side of being more specific, having that statement in there just so we don't. I mean, I understand, I would interpret that, directors shall not receive compensation for their service as a director as being a separate thing from their teaching salary, but
I mean, if you're silent about it, it's silence is silence, I don't know why you would read that it somehow does impact an employee receiving compensation for being an employee. So, there, you can look at it both ways. Whatever seems most consistent with, all the other bylaws we're creating, will probably be the best.
Well, I don't know, like, this was one of the things that came up at the training that we just went to, and they made the statement that they put this in there so that, like, bus drivers could also serve on the board, so that was,
That's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if I'm looking at district language.
Why wouldn't they
I
be
need
able
to
to
make sure
serve
I'm
on the
staying
board?
within charter.
Otherwise-
What hat would
Yeah.
they wear?
What was
I
that?
need to make
What
sure that
hat?
I'm staying within our charter law language
Right.
and not.
A community member or parent, but they wouldn't be, bus drivers aren't employees of the school, so.
Yeah,
Usually.
Not in our
yeah, this
configuration.
is a district thing.
That's a district.
But I was,
That's what I'm saying. I need to make sure that.
It's not an
So
issue for
you know what I can do? I'll do two rewrites of it. One is just a simple strike, and the other one is I'll make a reference back to the qualifications section. And we'll see which one reads
Sure.
better.
Sure.
yeah, that's a good idea.
Try it both ways.
Because I think we're talking about, we've had statements in our old bylaw that were like, well, that's a template from a school district, that's an issue. And we kept it and it did make sense, so.
So next section. Kate, page 21.
Boy, this actually seems like it opens a heck of a lot more questions than it solves.
The word alternatives?
Yeah, I'm personally present versus,
That's kind of what I wondered, why the word personally.
I mean, I think they mean
In person.
physically in person.
Personally present, yeah.
Yeah.
This is just.
I mean, I'm assuming it
Probably
means.
Stop the meeting at this point.
Emotionally and-
Hold it, guys, we're just.
Harold, did you put this? No.
Yeah.
Well, I think one of the things would be, if half of the statement is about the open meeting laws, we should have some
I like that,
link.
yeah.
And then I think before when we talked about the open meeting laws, that we use the word as currently amended.
Okay, board members shall attend meetings in person or use alternatives that are permitted by Minnesota open meeting law.
Or how about just attend meetings as defined or permitted by the Minnesota Open Meeting Law? We don't have to say in
Do we want
person
this
and
section?
alternatives. Well, that's actually Meg, I was kind of joking, but originally, what purpose does this
Yeah,
provision
we
actually
covered
serve?
it already, mentioned open meeting laws.
Yeah.
Basically says you're supposed to attend meetings,
Yeah.
as defined by
So
Minnesota.
St. Croix doesn't have it and MSA didn't have it before.
No.
And there was a specific provision that says, we abide by the open meeting law. So,
And, I mean, we make a reference, a firm reference to 13D, so
Yeah.
how about I just strike it and we see how it reads
Yeah.
without it?
yeah.
Person present.
It's too deep. I can't. I can't figure out there.
Versus existentially present, is that it?
See, Dan, this is what happens when you sign off.
Sorry.
But you could leave early.
Are any of us really here?
I wasn't personally
There are
present.
no trees in this room.
All right, board committees. Are we okay on time?
Yeah, we're doing good.
Maybe everybody just read it rather than me reading it out loud.
Unless I missed it, does it address whether a committee can be chaired by a non-board member?
No, it doesn't specify, so it could,
Okay. I didn't see it, so I just want to make sure.
is my understanding.
Yeah.
Somebody have some experience in this?
We've had
We
committees
have
that are
it, yeah.
chaired by non-board members, but a board member is on the committee.
Mhm.
And I think we have a couple of committees that say, well, certain people on the board in their
Like
role have to.
Finance says the treasurer has to be the chair.
Yes, things like that, but not all committees state that, as far as I remember.
Yeah, and we do get to that further down in the different articles.
What's the purpose of the board chair ex officio, non-voting of all committees? I'm not saying yes or no, I just don't
I
understand.
know, I think there's an onus on you to, for the chair to stay apprised.
Okay.
So you're
Before the
a member
board
of
meeting?
all committees regardless, unless you're serving as a member on the committee. Is that
But
what
you're not a
that
voting
means?
member.
A
Right,
non-voting
so it-
member unless
yeah.
I'm serving as a member.
Mhm.
So what is the purpose of designating you as an ex officio?
That's what I don't know, because if I'm not a member, then I'm not attending, so then am I copied on notes, or, I don't know what does that mean to be ex officio in this case?
Because they're open to, all the meetings are open to the public, so we can't say, Dan, you can't come, you're not a member.
Correct, correct,
Because we can't say that to anybody,
yeah.
so.
Like on the merger one, we already had enough board members, so I actually couldn't come, right? So but then
Right.
I'm ex officio on that one according to this.
Well, you could, according to this one, you could attend the meeting, but you would not be able to vote unless you were a voting member of the meeting.
Or
I think there is
discuss. Could I speak? Or do I have to?
I don't know, I think
There's a
it's-
You could.
section.
I don't think you
There's a
could. Like a
comment,
public
it
comment
depends.
section maybe then, right?
Yeah.
I could speak as a parent,
Are
but
you
not as a board
saying in
member.
a situation where you would push it over into being a majority now of board members being there?
Yeah, for sure.
Even
That-
if you're ex officio.
I'm just, yeah, that's what I'm just using
You'd
this as
have
an
5
example.
members.
Right. I don't think you can protect yourself by saying I'm ex officio and then show up as the 5th board member. That sounds a
You
little.
still got a quorum.
It's a
Yeah,
quorum.
you still have quorum and.
So then
even
what
if you
is,
have to
what
go
is
to
that?
committee, you just feel kind of weird.
You
That
have
is
to declare that
problematic.
you can't vote or speak. You have to just be there to listen.
Right.
Mhm. But a quorum is a quorum,
Yeah, and that's
Right.
5
whether it's
people.
here or outside in the parking lot or wherever
Right.
we create it.
Wherever there's 5 members.
Do you, can you tell us where that language came from? Was that from the committee, or was that
I see it
from?
from others.
It's in others, surprisingly, it's in others.
Okay.
We can't leave it in ours.
It's in St. Croix.
Yeah, I see it in others, but I'm not seeing what surface, I'm
I
not
don't know
getting.
what it does.
And that's, as far as you know, that's not something from any of the laws, is it?
No. No, this is, it seems that we have discretion in what committees we want, how we want to run them, how we want to control membership. Do you want people to apply and fill out a little questionnaire?
I guess from
So
my
this is-
perspective, I don't see the difference, and you can correct me, but each one of the board members is responsible for understanding what the committees has done, and that's done at the board meeting where we come back and report. So maybe I need more responsibility there, but I look at it as if I missed the meeting, I'm gonna have my questions from the notes and come back. And that, I don't see it in everyone.
You don't need the sentence to.
Yeah,
tell
I don't
you
need the
you're
sentence to tell me
responsible.
that, and I expect the same from every other board member too, to read through the notes from the packet, and we don't write that down.
In paragraph B, it says, "Board members may participate in any such meeting, but may not vote unless such board member is a member of the committee."
So, like,
I'd be leery of
I'm not a
saying that, because then
member.
every board member could show up to the merger one, but now we'd
Right.
have a quorum, so if they can just show up is what it's saying. So
Oh, I
think
was
we should
thinking
be-
like, there isn't a
Right?
quorum, but like, if I went to finance, I can be
As
there.
long as, maybe as long as a quorum is not present or something, I think we have to make sure.
Right, because, I mean, everyone could show up to the finance committee and then, oh, we accidentally have a board meeting.
Right.
And so that,
I mean, I think there's some boards that, I mean, as long as you don't vote, they think they stay out of trouble, we picked a higher standard just to make sure that we don't get in trouble. I prefer the higher standard and just say, we don't want a quorum of board members accidentally there and then have someone question the perception of why we're there.
So section B is gonna get redone.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't mean to muddy it, but I think before some of you guys came on to, we had two distinctions. Remember, we had one that was like, we tried to offer up some flexibility during COVID to have some more flexible meetings. That was different than what we're calling our board committees, what do we call them? Subcommittees, right?
Task forces?
Task force.
We had task force, but then we also, administration had task forces too, wasn't it? I don't know what you call them now. I think we use subcommittee as the word. And, but I think this is more clean. It's, saying that, and it's the same as we talked about, there's no decisions, if you will, done by the committee. It's recommended back to the board makes the decision, right?
So how about this too, under open meeting law, let's just take the bylaws committee. We've been holding them remotely, but under the open meeting law, should we be conducting every meeting remotely? I don't think so. Or do we? I don't recall.
Yeah, they've all been remote.
I mean, I know they've all been remote, but are we following to the letter of open meeting law in that?
May need to, I know Randy, you typically call in from your office, so maybe you can
Yeah.
offer that as an option if somebody wants to
I
come.
mean, I've done the same thing with the expansion committee, just because we actually get more people that want it that way,
Yeah.
because it's hard to
And we-
make it here at 4:30.
finance, we have the majority of people here, but we do have people can zoom in.
Right.
But they, if they want it, and so they can attend virtually or
Right.
in person.
So maybe you need to look at that just to make sure.
I think we all need to probably prime ourselves
Yeah.
on open meeting law. We have a lot of questions on it.
Yeah, maybe that needs to be one of our next trainings.
Yeah, we have a lot of committees, not a lot of committees running right now, but we have a lot of committee work being done right now.
It's a good time now because it's actually changed back kind of mostly after COVID. But
Yeah,
not perfectly.
it was
It gave us
loosened up
more
during
flexibility,
COVID, yeah.
but.
We were given flexibility and
Because
we
it
may
used to
be,
have to
Yeah,
we might be assuming there's that flexibility that's gone away.
so.
Mhm. All right, so this one's gonna come back.
I have a point of clarification also on C. States that minutes will be taken, and as secretary, I'm just curious as to those committee minutes, where we are, from a transparency standpoint, where we're posting those. Because we do talk about it back here at the board meeting, but those individual meeting minutes from committees, should they go someplace?
Someone on the committee takes a notes tonight.
Yep.
And then they get posted on the website under that committee, and then they're also put in the board packet.
Okay.
So like the most recent expansion committee, I did this, the latter, I have not done the former, I need to populate on the website and the folder to make sure that people then can look at that.
Okay, so they're going
That's my
right-
responsibility.
No, that's cool, and that's going right under committee for,
Yes.
great, thank you.
And we have a separate topic on that one in the discussion too, just like communication in general, so I
Mhm.
think we'll hopefully address some of those too, but we can talk about it.
Sounds great.
Good question. A few minutes left, do you want to try to do one more, or what do you think?
That's it.
That I think is where the committee got.
Oh, is that it?
Yep.
Yeah, that's as far as
Oh,
we got.
oh, that's
It
good,
was-
we've done.
That's all.
Good timing,
That is
everyone.
not, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
So, maybe, oh, let me think.
So you
One
assume
more
technical
mark.
I think that's a good question.
Yeah, I think we have to,
Or is it just
we have to move this
something-
along.
Yeah, well, we are
It's
though.
just,
but it's
yeah,
taken
we are, because
40 pages.
once we get through this initial draft, then it would be nice to start doing, and I think we're feeling the need to do complete reads.
Yeah. It might be nice to have just the green sections and read it through, right, just to see where we're at.
I'm okay with
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
I'll send
on
out
this,
a,
on the stuff that we've done before, sorry, Heather, but on the new stuff, if we want to come back one more time with the research, I think that makes sense.
Mhm.
I think we're getting close.
Well, we're at Article 5,
Out of how
10 or
many?
11.
The last couple are quick.
They're easy.
No.
Okay.
Okay,
We can do
so,
it. All right, guys, I'm gonna,
Like you better.
pretty much, we're at 5:58. You guys okay to take a little break?
Amanda, can you turn the volume on? Let me check. I can.
I will. Do you think before it's in here? Yeah. So they see.
Yeah, we hop in the morning and do this regular session.
All right, everyone, let's get started. So welcome, everyone, to the December 2022 MSA School Board meeting. We're starting just 1 minute late, 6:16. And so we have the meeting called to order. Joseph, are you able to read mission and vision for us?
Oh yeah. Sorry, I was just having trouble finding it real quick. Sorry.
Do you want me to share mine?
Yeah, he's sharing. He's sharing. Sorry, guys. I'm doing my best right now. I have to get mine up too. Yeah. Thanks so much. All right. Right here. Hi, everyone. Okay, so MSA's vision, we are to be an innovative, sustainable model of academic excellence for all students that creates a well-rounded, lifelong learners and global citizens. Our mission is we provide accelerated and inclusive curricula and instruction in all subjects with an emphasis on math and science.
Thank you very much. So next up, roll call. Dan Ellingson here, Cody Schneid. Here. DJ Johnston. Yep. Maggie Bergrad.
Here.
Jeff Eng. Here. Patel.
Here.
Jennifer Bartle.
Here.
Wendell Sletton.
Here.
Teresa Ward.
Here.
And Joseph is here. And Noah, not yet. Does anyone know is Noah?
But yeah, he'll be coming. He was at the Kowalski, so he's walking over.
Okay. All right, sounds good. But we have a quorum here tonight. Next up, item 4, approval of the agenda, any conflict of interest. So I'll start. Any conflict of interest on the agenda tonight? All right. Can we approve the agenda?
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Seconded by Wendell. Discussion? Go ahead, DJ.
As secretary, I just noted when looking through our agenda that we have 4 hours on the agenda. So when we're doing our tallies of minutes and such, maybe we should think about that. That's 4 hours for a pretty long meeting. And I thought it was great that we workshopped some of our things too. But that's a long meeting. So
Yep.
either we should be really diligent about timing, and I'd be happy to be timekeeper as well as secretary. But that's the reality of how many minutes we have allocated right now.
And I did make one mistake because I had bylaws discussion of 30 minutes, and that was before we moved it to the workshop, so hopefully that'll save some of that time.
That's awesome. Also, the board committees had no time, so I allocated 30 to that because
Okay.
it's going to take us probably to get through that and
Okay.
consent. I thought that was maybe some wishful thinking. So
Great.
I think we should just be cognizant of,
Help us with the time.
we'll gladly do that.
Good. Other comments? Otherwise, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? So the motion passes, agenda passes 9-0. Great. Next up, we're looking at our monthly celebrations. So this month we have Amanda Stout, Michelle Kotowski, and April McClearing for coordination of student events. So if we could have all of those folks come up here, that would be great if we could recognize, we can do an applause. And, yeah, can we shake hands? Start down there, go around the outside. Start over this guy.
I know you're trying to get plugged in. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you. You're such a help.
Now I know what you
Yeah, I'll do it again next year too, they'll have me. I mean, it was a blast, it really was. It was a lot of work, I think, because. Yeah, I believe so. Oh my God, yeah, just know. I know, right. Oh, this way? Oh.
We can put you guys in the front though.
Front.
All right.
Oh, wait, do I crouch down because I'm short?
Thank
Cheer loud.
I just was not plugged in, so this is good.
All right, and one thing not on the agenda, but I have heard through the grapevine that DJ Johnston passed his master's thesis, master's. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, yep. Great. Next up, open forum, and I forgot to put a note down.
There's a pad right there.
Okay, Wendell, can you, please?
Doesn't look like there's anyone.
No one this week? Okay. Okay. Thanks for doing that, whoever got the note out. I should check. Any open forum this, no? Okay. All right, just a reminder, folks are welcome. Welcome to come. I know last month we had quite a few people come. And we do ask that you come put your name down and talk about the topic. And right now we're saying 5 minutes for folks. One idea that did get pitched to me, which I think is an interesting one, some of the other school districts limit the time, they limit a block of time, saying maybe a half an hour for open forum, so then they go through. It's an idea we could think about. We've started to get into that last month where we had quite a few people come and talk, so just something to think about. But for now, we haven't had that problem consistently. Student representatives, and I think maybe, I know Noah has.
Approval of minutes.
Oh, approval of the minutes, yes. We'll do that one now then. So, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes from November. Can I get a
Second.
Cody seconds. Discussion? What did I miss? Comments, questions? All right. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Great. That passes. So we're on a roll here. We've ticked off a few, DJ. Keep it track. Keep it going?
Yep, keep it going.
Keep it going. Great. Noah, are you ready to do the student representative section yet?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So we have, Noah's going to give us an update on student representatives.
Yeah, so since the start of the school year, I had conversations with students, interviews, I guess, just to get an idea. And this also goes back to last year, where in student action group we conducted focus groups and surveys and everything. And for this past year, I had a general vibe or an idea of what students wanted and what the problems were. And I we conducted surveys early December too, and using those results, I created a, sorry.
Catch breath. Those stairs are tough.
I made a policy agenda which had a list of issues and recommendations to the board and the administration for what we can do to address these concerns and also make MSA more inclusive and address students' needs in terms of mental health, and also incorporate student voice into the structure and just the day-to-day life of MSA, which is also one of the executive director's goals, which I noticed, so it kind of ties back into that as well. So, and it's 5 pages of just those 3 topics.
So thank you, and I know you had a chance, I couldn't make the end of the governance meeting, but you had a chance to bring in some of it to the governance meeting. So what will be the next steps in your mind?
I guess work on this with the admin or some people on the board, to have a discussion about what we can do to really make sure that we're meeting these goals if the board feels like these are what we want to pursue.
I see under the mental health, there's a budget part of it, so we can.
Yeah, definitely
bring that
allocate
to
money.
the finance
Yeah.
committee. Look over, see where we can move some funding around.
Did anybody have any other thoughts about that? Question? Cool.
Super impressive, by the way. Nice work.
Yeah, I appreciate you compiling it, I guess I would say, and I just want to make sure that it's not just a document and then it gets filed away. So how do we make sure that we do something with it? I don't know if some of them will be administrative and some of them maybe.
Right. I think we can hold a meeting, maybe get a few of our board members that are available.
Great. Because I think there's
Look into
definitely
a little bit further.
Yeah,
right?
there's definitely things that the board can and should pursue on this, especially the racial equity and inclusion part of it, because especially when we're wrapping up and moving forward from the investigation and everything that's happened, we have to really
set a goal and see like what we can do like right away to address this and make sure that we don't repeat the same mistakes. So under like that racial equity part of it, like we really have to take this seriously because that's how we don't get in the same trouble and make sure that MSA is really inclusive. And this is also from like a student's perspective, which I feel like hasn't really been like accounted previously. So.
Noah, when you first circulated this, you said that this was a draft and it hadn't been approved by the various student organizations. Have you had a chance to do that? Do you feel like this is pretty solid, or do you anticipate adding?
I think this is solid. It got like endorsed and approved like by Student Action Group, but I sent it out to the other student interest groups, but I haven't really gotten back to them. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just maybe give an update, and you can give an update at the next governance committee meeting if this changes.
Of course. Yeah.
Thank you. Joseph, anything?
Not too much. Maybe just like a couple of things. One, just to add on with what Noah said about mental health days, I feel like now it's like becoming much more apparent that students want these mental health days. I'm not like obviously not naming names in particular, but I do have a handful of colleagues who have missed a day of school and said, I just need a break from school just to like catch up on homework and whatnot. And just to see that happening in over probably the last couple of weeks, just how many of the students needed that kind of thing, I feel like, something like this should really be pushed forward because students should have that resource if they need to just take like a simple day off of school just to catch up on things. Otherwise, nothing really new. Just I think there was for BSU we were finally like said like we were definitely including with NHS we were one of the 2 biggest clubs at MSA. So I mean that was something really cool because for the longest time MSA hadn't really had a really strong like we didn't have like a really strong like African American community where we could all come together and like talk about situations that bring us together, about rough situations that bring us together. And I think Black Student Union has been a really like safe place and home for a lot of those students to come together. And a lot of these students, you would see them like they would goof off a lot, but like when you see them in the environment that we are putting them in, while we still let them like have fun, we still also do see like a professional side of them. And I think that's something that's really cool that I have been able to be a part of. So I'm just really happy that the students of MSA get to express themselves and share their experiences with other people in a fun way. So yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for sharing.
Can I ask, from your perspective, Noah and Joseph, what do you feel you need to see and from who specifically? Because I'm looking through some of this, and some of this is directly related to teachers, some of this is directly to the board, like you said. But as I look through the teacher portion of this, I feel like I'm already doing a lot of that within my classroom. So and I don't say come to my concerts to see this, but what should we expect from you as far as just know that you've met these goals?
How to make sure like you guys are held accountable to this
Well, a sense of accountability,
Right.
but timeline also, like, because some of these things are actually already in effect, but as students, you may not see them within this year, you might see them next year already,
Right.
so.
I guess it's like more transparency, making sure that you're like letting students know that you're trying to do that and like showing them how you're doing that. And although it might not be directly to the entire policy agenda, one part of it was like under the racial equity part, there was like an audit idea. And I guess having an audit kind of like following up with each department or teacher and seeing like, what are you guys doing? Like, how are you guys addressing these, following up with this, making sure this is like being implemented in your classrooms and everything. And just regularly making sure that things are actually moving forward.
Okay, to move on to your section, right?
Okay.
So, I'm sorry to interrupt. So then what are the next steps, or what are we going to do? Or which group might be the one, board, administration, or otherwise, that now will show up on the radar? I don't think we answered that question.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, and we were going back and forth, Noah and I, just a little bit on what's the right way to, because it's kind of it's a broad thing. So,
Yeah.
so I asked if we could start with the committee and I chose Heddles, just to kind of start. But I guess what I see is as we're setting up our agendas in the future, if an idea or something has made enough progress, it should come up as an item on the board to discuss, right? That's what we're responsible for, and then I think the stuff that's more administrative, curriculum, what have you, those things could be handled through the admin, so.
Right.
I guess maybe it is a little squishy right now, but right now it was more of like, let's take that first review, take the feedback, and then let's see where we can kind of plug it in. Because I don't want it to just die, and it could die if it gets set on a website and never looked at again, right? So,
Right.
so that's what
I
we're
mean,
talking
if
about.
nothing else, developing, I don't know, goals or whatever, and I guess we can take it up at the next governance.
And I think the governance committee is a
Yeah.
good committee to have it on, because we can go back, the committee can correlate what the kids are telling us are their issues with the DEI dashboard that we have set up. And I know Dr. Hinton has already offered and is going to help with the DEI policy draft. So it's a good place to keep the students' issues under the administrative umbrella, as well as keep it live with us.
I think like
What do you think,
initially,
Noah?
well, I agree, I like that, yes, like, under the administration's umbrella, but also keeping the board in on the, like, in the loop with it, so that the administration and everybody's like being held accountable for that.
Yeah, because like when you mentioned the mental health days in particular, I didn't think about that as a solution, right? Like at the board level, I think, okay, we need psychologist available, social worker, like I think of those placements. But that was a great suggestion, and that would be something that Mr. Vetch and, our principals.
Our admin team can look at this, it's more operational probably,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
And we'll, on the finance side, we kind of do a revised budget this time of year, so see where we can find ways to fund these things.
Absolutely.
in the
Like,
next
I
meeting.
think initially, like, with this, as it is right now, I think one way to move forward with this is like gathering like a team of people from like the board and the admin, maybe through the governance committee or maybe through something separate, and seeing how we can like tackle each point on this and then move forward from there.
Sounds good. I just want to make sure people know to hopefully report back at least in January with some progress.
I think it'll be it'll consistently be on the governance committee agenda.
Okay. I think that would be a good start.
Okay, gonna move us to.
All right, so one of for our dashboard for DEI for the director's report that we've been addressing, one of the areas is really our strategic priority of success for all students. And one thing what we geared our walkthroughs towards as an administration, the second one was for differentiation. And differentiation is really how our teachers meeting the needs of all their students and their instruction. So this was, our admin went through, and you can see there's 4 different areas. Learning activities are aligned with the instructional outcomes. Lesson is designed to engage students. Lesson follows an organized progression. And the 4th area we looked at was lesson is differentiated for individual learners and/or instructional groupings. So that just kind of shows you. And we were in each room, we were in there about 15 minutes. So sometimes if it's not observed, it may have happened earlier or later in the lesson. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. And sometimes it didn't. So it was a good coaching moment too. So that's just kind of a snapshot. We went into every classroom just one time right now. So we'll be doing this again after the winter break and going in again. So it's really positive to see a lot of differentiation occurring in all of our classrooms. So that's just one area, as was addressed, brought up in our investigation, was meeting the needs of all of our students. Just want to give a snapshot enrollment. So this is just after the first day, which was last, the 15th, which was last Friday, Thursday. So we had 141 applications come in our first day, which was great. So I don't have an update on that. I have to talk with Joelle, but it's, that's impressive for one day. And then to give to the max, yes.
Can you remind us how long the applications are open and when do we?
February
usually
1st.
And when do we usually do the?
February 15th is the lottery.
I like to go to that one and do check my calendar.
Yep. And then the board will approve those at the February meeting, so. Yeah. So our first day, we had 141. I was gonna check today, but then I got stuck doing some other things, so I apologize for not getting more updated, but I wanted to share that. Just to kind of give to the max, of course, we're having, like we talked about, those reoccurring contributions that come in. But we hit 64% of our goal, so that was just a flyer that went out to all families last Friday in the weekly communication, so we'll include that as well. So that's it for myself.
Great. For the chair's report, I had two things. I don't have a document, but I wanted to talk about the way we did our surveys. So we did two surveys. The first one I'll start with is we did our kind of interim survey on the executive director just to ask for some feedback. We changed the format. We did ask for people to log in behind the firewall, which helped us with validation of who the individuals were, right? So that we know the feedback is coming from our community. I think it did hurt, which I guess is anticipated a little bit. We had less people commenting because they're going to have to remember their password and click through. So it's for us to decide how do we want to manage it. I haven't compiled those results yet, but I think the plan will be we'll do that in January. So we'll get all those. I think it was done last Friday, maybe. I have to check the timeline that we gave folks for. But so that one will be on a discussion. We'll have a discussion in January in terms of the mid-year kind of feedback there. So I guess just think about it, board, as we decide what's the best way to get feedback. I think the Wild West Open, we get a lot of feedback, but not always constructive. And then the more constricted one, we get less feedback. Let's see how useful it is that way. And then the second survey that we did, I won't steal the thunder because we're going to spend a lot of time on it, but on the merger, we did allow feedback to the board chair. Some confusion. I still had some confusion with folks not quite clear on their names or contact details being shared. So I think it's again an opportunity for us to clearly communicate. The intent was to hopefully anything that you'd feel comfortable sharing in an open meeting, you'd come and put your name down or what have you. That was the intent with us asking for names and contact details. But we got, I think you saw maybe 10 or 11 comments back, something like that. So not a lot when you think about we have 600 students here plus, right, the parents and everything else. So it would be nice if we could get even more. Maybe that everyone's already shared their piece on where they're feeling with different things, but so think about it. I guess the format does have a big impact on how we get the feedback from community, and I think there's nothing stopping individual notes to us as a board, which I think we got quite a few of as well, and there's nothing stopping that. But if you want your comments heard publicly, at least this go around, we did ask that you put your name against it so that it's fair. So think about it. That was it. I just wanted to say two pieces on that. The questions that came back, I think they're in the notes. As we go through it tonight on the expansion meeting or also on the merger, get a chance to look through it. But I think overall, what I would say is, some people are feeling that this is a little rushed because, at least from their perspective, maybe they're only catching up right now. I did go back through the notes because I started in 2019, and that's when we were talking expansion, at least when I was there. We need to expand, we need to expand. So for me, it's been 4 years. But for other people, it maybe seemed like 4 weeks, right, coming up very quick for them. And then I did hear some concerns about finance, and I think that's because a lot of people need to be caught up to speed on how all that works, right? So it's not that those questions aren't valuable or that we haven't thought through those. I think the opportunity for us is to make sure that we can clearly communicate what are the financial situations and why are we looking at expanding the way we are and why are we looking to expand now instead of maybe in 5 or 10 years. So those sorts of things, I think those pieces, it's hard to get all that information out, but I think the better job that we can do that, we can bring the community along with us as we expand together. So that was it. I just wanted to share. Yeah.
When you said like people felt rushed, I understand what you mean by that, and like you're saying, like they may have not. What did you say? You said like they weren't caught up to date or like caught up to speed.
Yeah.
I feel like you said like it's been 4 years for you. But I feel like for a lot of the parents, or like from what I've heard specifically from some parents, is that they feel the talk about the merge it was rushed, not so much on the expansion part. That's just what I.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
that's right. And I think nothing is fixed yet, right? I mean, so we're still having a lot of meetings talking through what's the right option. I think as long as we can all hopefully appreciate the fact that we're all here volunteering our time trying to make the school a better place, right? So if we're all kind of trying to move the school in the direction that we hope is a better spot, and I think we're just going to be stronger the more feedback that we get and the more participation that we get. So that's why we're constantly trying to poke at how do we get more and more feedback and help us make the right decisions. Good, good. Thank you. Board committees have 0 time, as DJ kindly mentioned. Normally, we just go through and ask questions. I will say that I didn't put time down for finance, and I needed that because we do have an update on the audit tonight that we need to approve. So the audit will be discussed at that part in the finance section. But maybe I'll just switch to governance. Any questions for the governance meeting? All right.
I just want to say that I do appreciate all that, having that extra information with the bylaws, so we can see where some of those ideas are coming from.
Yeah, hopefully we'll move it along and get back on the ball on policy too. It's just, quite frankly, it's time.
It's a lot.
It's just getting the meeting together and spending the time on it.
Merger, we do have, so we have 2 sections. We have a discussion section and a decision section on merger, but I guess anything maybe specific on the meeting minutes? We'll take it at the discussion part, okay? School expansion, any questions for Jeff on school expansion meeting minutes?
I have one question for the December 1st minutes.
Sure.
So in your notes section, on your bullet points,
Mhm.
so the last bullet point, I don't know if it's on the first, on the first page of the,
Yeah, I have that too. Is it the 400,000?
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, there's an error there.
So, because I thought that was odd, so I talked to Kate, and that 400,000 a year is to supplement bond payment, to get additional money for borrowing, not for busing.
So, that I see as a mistake. So it was for what again, the 400,000?
So,
The 400,000 was going against our general fund to be able to get another $6 million in bonding. So it was able to increase the amount of bonds that we'd be able to get to do our expansion.
Okay, I'll make that correction. I'll probably end up calling you again, just to make sure we're still fully. And just a quick comment, and we'll talk a little bit about this more in the discussion part of this meeting. So December 1, this is just the meeting that the expansion committee had to get up to speed, the entire committee, and that happened just prior to the special board meeting we had to discuss the merger. And December 15th, we snuck in one more expansion committee meeting. It's kind of unusual having 2 in 1 month, but a lot of that is just kind of planning ahead into January, talked a little bit about timeline and a couple options that just kind of came on the table, and I'll discuss that a little further.
and then the bond person is Sorensen, not Swanson.
And also,
Huh?
and then also bullet point 6,
Oh,
the tour was with Jeff, not Dan. You weren't at WLA, Dan, I think you were somewhere, that tour we had with WLA, should be Jeff, not Dan.
I did
On bullet
one.
point 6, were you in WLA when the architects
One
were
of
there?
them, yeah.
Not with the architect.
That's with the architects. Yeah, I think Jeff was there, not Dan. That's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Make those corrections.
May I ask a question? Do committee minutes need to be approved by the committee?
If they did, we'd be a month behind, wouldn't we?
Yeah,
Or-
just like we do our board meeting minutes? Don't they need to be presented to the community?
so the draft is up on the website, it should be. And then I brought the draft here for us to look at to approve.
So you put your draft up on the website?
Well, Emma did, but yes.
Yeah.
So like with the finance, the minutes are in a folder and everyone has a chance to look at them and comment. And if I don't hear anything, I post them for the board packet. So it's not a set in stone process for us, but I can make it more formalized if you'd like.
Oh, no, I'm just trying to figure out if the governance committee is doing it right.
Can we
Because I
take it
don't-
at this discussion on this communication?
Yeah, sure.
Because
Yeah.
I think it applies to all. Yeah,
Okay.
that's a great question. And I think the honest answer is we're probably all doing it a little bit different, and we should not do that. We should probably all be more closely aligned. So we have some ideas with Randy and I talked about it. so.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Other questions for expansion meeting minutes? Then we'll switch to finance. And did you want to do your finance piece first and then audit, or do you?
Yeah,
wanna
we'll do the
audit first?
finance and approval of the finances, and then we'll have our audit report.
Okay.
So any questions on our minutes? Any questions on the first financial report?
Real quick, there is a minus 142,000 projected, minus 142,000. This is the first link on audit from lease aid.
That's on the first page?
Yeah, under budget updates. I was just curious if, because it,
Yeah, we did talk about that.
so the first link, Amanda,
Though it's a negative number, it's a good thing. It's money we're getting back, I believe, right? Or no, it's,
it's the second bullet point under one. Projected the-
you're on the minutes? Yeah. Yes.
Which part did we?
Right.
Uh,
I'm just used to more seeing like, balance is close to zero or slightly positive, and this one is, it's not hugely negative, but it's negative. So just if you could explain what that bullet is.
I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's, I don't believe, was that in our favor? I think it means we don't have to pay that to the building company. Or the building company was reimbursing us.
Okay, if it's in our favor, then I guess no question.
I think we may be spending a little bit more right now because of the expansion expenses that we'll charge.
Oh, it was the expansion expenses, that's what it is.
They'll come back, we'll bill back for it, but we hadn't.
I got you, that makes sense.
It's for expansion expenses that we're able to pay for now and that we don't have to fold into our bonding.
Okay.
That's what that was.
Is that coming from the fund balance?
It would have to, I think, right, at least temporarily.
What?
That money comes from our fund balance.
It does until the
Temporarily.
building company reimburses us. And then, yeah.
But that's on the order of millions now, right? Less than. Any other questions for Cody on, which one are you on now? Do you want to do the second
On the
one?
financial report, second document. Okay.
Sorry, we lost just 2 or 3 students, is that about right? We had forecasted 544, and we're at 544 now, right?
Yeah, we've lost a couple, but we were at the point where we actually we budgeted those extra students, so we're down.
And PSEO was a little bit higher than we anticipated, so.
Yeah. And then questions on the supplemental information. Okay, with that, I'm gonna motion to approve the finances for the financial reports for December.
Need a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Hoag, a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstain? Finances pass 9-0. Great, then we switch to audit?
Audit?
So I think.
So I'll go over the audit presentation if you want to click on the top. And if I stand like right here, is that okay?
Yeah, you want to stand or do you want to sit?
I can stand right here, that works out. So my name is Tyler C. I'm an audit manager for APDO. This is our first year actually doing the audit for Math and Science Academy. So thank you for having me here tonight. I'm excited to present the audit. So I'll just get right into it. That introduction slide right there. So what I'll be going through today is the audit opinion as well as our responsibility as auditors. I'll then move into the general fund results as well as the building company results for fiscal year 2022. And then I'll end it off with some key performance indicators for each color. So moving on to the next slide there. So our responsibility as auditors is to issue an opinion on the school's financial statements. We are issuing an unmodified opinion on the financial statements, which is a clean audit opinion, so it is the opinion you would be striving for in your situation. And then as part of the audit, we also do testing around Minnesota legal compliance as well as testing around internal controls and all that kind of stuff. And we also are issuing no audit findings, so that basically means we didn't come across any internal control issues or any legal compliance issues. So clean audit opinion as well as no audit findings. And then moving along, I'll get into kind of some of the financial metrics. Here, we're just looking at your average enrollment over the last 5 fiscal years. It's been pretty steady. I believe you ended fiscal year 22 with about 499 was the average enrollment for the year. And that's been pretty steady over the past 5 years. Now looking at the general fund balance over the last 3 fiscal years from 2020 to fiscal year 2022. Here we're looking at the general fund balance as a percentage of total general fund expenditures. So that orange line, you're going to see the total general fund expenditures for the last 3 fiscal years. The yellow line is that general fund balance as a percentage of those expenditures. And then the black line is your general fund balance policy. So the last 3 fiscal years, the school is meeting and exceeding that fund balance policy, which is 25% of your expenditures. Now the general fund budget to actual results. So here you're going to see on the left column, you're going to see that final budget. In the middle, you're going to see the actual results. And on the right, you're going to see the variance with that final budget. So first of all, looking at revenues and expenditures, that overall budget variance in that right column is really small when you got a $5 million plus budget. So very comparable to your expectations, your revenues and expenses. And then I think I trusted my eyes a little bit too much, but I believe your fund balance went up about $6,000 for the year. Yeah, and then that $2 million amount is your ending fund balance for fiscal year 22. Now here what we're doing is we're looking at general fund revenues per ADM, so your general fund revenue per average enrollment basically for the year. The orange bar you're going to see is Math and Science Academy for fiscal year 22. The yellow bar is fiscal year 21 Region 11 average, so that's just other charter schools in your region of the state. And that black bar is going to be the 2021 statewide average. So we're using 2021 for comparison because that's the most recent, completed data we have from other sources. So that's just how the school compares for state sources, federal sources, and then the last column is other local revenue sources.
And this is just charter schools, you're saying?
Yep, exactly, just charter schools.
So the 2 bars we're comparing to were from 2021?
Yep, exactly.
So are those hot inflated because of like COVID spending and?
Yeah, I mean, the federal sources would be inflated for COVID spending, so, schools all around have been getting more federal sources. So.
Is this also because we don't get as much compensatory revenue? Is this per pupil?
Yep, that would be part of it too, it is per pupil.
Because our free reduce is much lower than the state average in the area around us in our other counts.
And I think some of it also has to do with some of these later slides where we're also just showing like expenditures per ADM in different types of categories as well. So for instance here, we're moving on to kind of the expenditure side of things. So here we're looking at general fund expenditures per ADM. And here we kind of take a percentile and a state average view and compare Math and Science Academy to that. So the orange line there is Math and Science Academy for the last 4 fiscal years. The dark area there is the 25th to 50th percentile, and that light gray area is the 51st to 75th percentile in the state. And then the yellow line there is the statewide average, and again, here we're looking at total general fund expenditures per ADM. So, Math and Science Academy for the last 4 fiscal years pretty consistently in kind of that lower, maybe 15th to 20th percentile when it comes to spending per student. And then here, just looking at the last couple fiscal years, general fund expenditures again, but breaking it down by object code. So what we're doing is we're looking at kind of 4 main categories in the last couple of years. So salaries and wages, benefits, purchase services, and then supplies. And this is just 2021 and fiscal year 2022. And then here we're just looking at the building company fund. For the last couple of years, on the top there, you're seeing just the total fund balance for the last 2 years and how that's changed. I believe the fund balance increased about $20,000, if I'm not mistaken. And then that graph at the bottom there just shows kind of your future debt service obligation, as well as the the lease revenue coming in for the next 10 fiscal years. Now here, these are what we kind of call the key performance indicators ending off here. Here we're looking at the general fund balance, again, percentage, as percentage of expenditures. And here we're comparing Math and Science Academy for the last 3 years against Region 11 and statewide averages. Your fund balance is ahead of the statewide and Region 11 averages for fund balance as a percent of expenditures. And then we have a couple more looks at kind of percentile view breakdown of expenditures. So here we're just looking at instruction costs per ADM and how you compare with the state from a percentile point of view for the last 4 fiscal years. And really close to that state average, a little bit below that state average for instruction per ADM, probably about the 40th percentile or so. And the fiscal year 2022 average, we're kind of projecting out based on trends. So that, that's not completely accurate, but that's just kind of a best guess for now. And then the last graph here, this is now looking at that same formatted graph, but looking at special education expenditures per ADM, and how Math and Science Academy compares to the statewide average in percentiles. So maybe 15th, 20th percentile or so. I believe that's my last slide, so at this point I would just open it up to any questions or comments related to the audit.
I think fantastic job, everyone, right? This is the results of everyone's hard work, so thanks. And I'm happy to hear we got a clean opinion, right? So that's great. I'm disappointed again that we are so low in our funding compared to the rest of the state. If anything, it shows how efficient we are, right? To be able to use the money that we do get 30% less than the competing charter schools, if you will, and still have the results that we do, so.
Do you know? I'm sorry to cut you off. Do you know why we do get less funding by any chance?
Randy, you were talking a little bit about.
You get a per pupil amount from the state, but it's based on, it's based on your free and reduced lunch count.
Okay.
And some other, your ELL counts and some other things. Our counts in those areas are very low. We have a very small percentage of our students that are free and reduced. I think we're at like 9%, which some schools are at 50%. So those kind of factors, what they call compensatory revenue, you get additional revenue per student based on that, those demographics, because our percentages are very low. Tyler, question, in the report, I'm just curious, on page 23, you talked about the future bearing on the school's
Yep.
future.
Yep.
Where it says the school continues to be dependent on the state of Minnesota for its revenue entitlements. Just talking about as we're in expansion, the importance of that. I don't know if you want to, some of the findings that you came in the audit?
Well, that disclosure was actually prepared by Dustin
Okay.
Edberg, and so I don't
Oh,
exactly remember
gotcha,
exactly what it
okay.
says. But I think it's
Right.
just making a general comment that, you know,
Right.
like a lot of charter schools, you guys are pretty dependent on state revenues. I mean, that's just the reality for
Okay.
pretty much all charter schools. So I
Thank
think
you.
that's basically what it was touching on.
Because I know our public is just, question, why are we expanding? Well, this is a big piece of that. So, thank
There
you.
were some highlighted sections in the report. Is it gonna be like finalized once we approve it? Is that
Yeah,
it?
and that was actually gonna be my next comment, because I noticed that it does say draft on the presentation and on the, so we did actually send the final report.
Okay, maybe we just didn't get that in.
Yeah, so
maybe it was
it was sent, I believe, at least a week ago, so
Okay.
I could of course resend it to if maybe.
Did the numbers change, do you know?
The numbers didn't change, but like the highlighted areas, like that would have been updated for,
Okay,
okay.
you know,
Okay.
updates, so.
Mainly formatting.
Formatting and, some of the narrative and stuff like that, but the numbers themselves are consistent with the final.
okay. So when we do our audit approval, I guess, I don't know if we want to make the motion that we approve the draft one, and then, let's see. We can take that later, but I think the numbers are the same, I'm okay with just some wordsmith.
And the numbers will be the same, so
Okay.
it's just like the highlighted areas mostly that'll change.
Okay.
Maybe some standard wording and stuff like that, but.
Other questions, comments? Thanks so much for
Yeah.
taking a look for us.
Yeah, thanks for having me tonight, have a great meeting.
Yeah.
Everyone drive safe too, by the way,
Yeah.
the roads are a little slippery tonight.
Where are we on time?
We're moving along.
Okay, good. All right, then we will move to section 12, consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda, item 12?
A motion to approve the consent agenda?
Seconded by Jennifer. Any further last minute changes? Otherwise, we'll put that to a vote. All those in favor?
Any discussion right now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I make a recommendation that moving forward with board training, we go through Max versus MSBA? I feel like Max would be more specific to charter schools versus MSBA, which has been strictly traditional schools, and I feel like we get more out of Max training.
And you're saying because, yeah, because we have our max renewal, so yeah. What do we, it was like $6,000 or something like that, right?
Yeah,
But it's more specific to the charter schools?
I feel like it would be.
I
We
think
did
that's the one that I
Max.
did, yeah.
We
That
did Max.
And I had no issues, so the issues you're bringing up, I didn't experience, so I think you're right. I think
Yeah.
it would be better to recommend that we focus with Max. Okay, good.
Okay.
I will add that I actually signed up for my board training through MSBA for their charter-specific presentation. So there's you do 3 sessions all in one, and it's charter school focused,
What did you do?
January something. Yeah, okay.
I only bring that up because this is what I was recommended to do, and I feel like I would be more at advantage if I went through a charter specific, so that's why moving forward with new members, we recommend going through the charter specific training.
Good point.
Yeah.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, opposed, abstain, all right, consent agenda passes 9-0. We're up to DEI. So I have a couple of things here. So we updated the dashboard, which we have a link here. So I would say a number of things are done. There's two kind of, and done is, got to be careful with that word, right? I mean, we're not ticking the box and done. But as far as the specific actions that we were called for to work on, those specific items have been done. There's 2 outstanding. The bylaws and policies is in progress. That's going to be, I mean, policies is going to take us forever. I think bylaws probably early next year. We should be in a spot where we'll be able to say the bylaws have been reviewed and refined. Policies, we'll be on, I mean, we're responsible for policies, and we got somebody in it'll be ongoing, but we'll keep working on policies. I did want to specifically talk about our board training. So tonight, we did not do additional DEI training. We had planned on doing that at one time. We're talking about now doing that next month, and I think the question to you all I posed in an email was just, we have an opportunity to do a couple of things. One is, in a discussion with Paula on Friday, we decided we would like to maybe have a couple of hours. And so there's an option that we could meet our workshop early. And the problem with that is we have a hard stop on the back end, right? So if we have a good discussion, we're gonna have to cut it. And the alternative is have a separate night, but I know we ask for special meetings almost monthly, so that also gets a little tiring on people's schedule too. So that's one we need to think about. And my proposal is maybe we do a doodle poll. We don't have to decide tonight, but I'll kick out those dates in a doodle poll. And those 3 or 4 days were available with Paula and with Robin. So if we come back, if either the coming early or not. Another thing I just want to be 100% open with everyone is the recommendation was that we don't live stream it. So it will be an open meeting if we do a workshop. Anyone's welcome to come because we're a board, we have to do it open, but we don't have to do the live stream. And the idea behind that was to maybe open up a little bit more, if you guys feel more comfortable with specific, DEI related questions. So that was the idea. I'm a little bit torn, but I can understand if it helps with the discussion, then I can support that. It would just mean that people would need to come. We'd still be responsible for all the open meeting rules, including notes or what have you, but it was just a suggestion to turn the cameras off for that part. So either a special meeting with no live stream, or the proposal will be a workshop with the live stream off, and then the live stream will come on in the board meeting later. So, I think those are the main things. So I should explain the thought behind it. If we do 2 hours, the initial portion was some training that Paula felt would be just good ground, basic training, DEI related stuff that we as a board should know and take in and take to heart. And then to make it a little more practical, we decided, kind of like we were playing with that idea of picking apart a policy. So I asked Hedl for a recommendation. Hedl's recommended 209, the ethics, our board ethics one. And so the idea would be that we would flick the policy to Paula and Robin. They would give a chance to look at it and maybe come prepared with a few different ways of looking at that policy. And it's not that we even have to have that policy finished. I think the idea is get some of these sort of groundings in our mindset, right, in our frame of view, and then go through a specific policy with that in mind and see how do we look at that same policy differently. I mean, I've looked at 209 many times. Many of you guys probably have, but maybe not with this different lens. So that was the idea for the next DEI update. I will say we have, Randy, we owe an update to our authorizer, I think, by January-ish. So we need to get back to our authorizer with some feedback. And the timing works out well because we also have promised the community that we're going to come back with an update in January and say, here's kind of what we've done and where we're at. So I was kind of hoping to have the training done by then, but now we'll do the training on the January timing. Questions for DEI? So even though, I guess my proposal is even though maybe this dashboard may be done, I did flick to everyone on the board that example from the University of Minnesota. It was just, it was very lengthy, but it's another way of doing a dashboard, and they had some nice metrics. So we could consider in the future, are there some metrics that we can use for DEI that will help us? I know we have the world's best workforce and whatnot, so I don't want to reinvent things, but let's think about if this one's kind of wrapping up, what do we do for future?
Would it be wise to share with Paula what the students have presented, if there's some concerns with DEI? Share their findings with her as well?
Yeah, good point. Yeah, we certainly can. I can take a look at doing that because I think we'll have, I owe Paula the policy, unless somebody has a better idea. I'm going to start with that 209 based on your recommendation, and because we don't have time to go through many policies. I think if we just even start on one, I think that's pretty good for a couple of hours.
Reminder, what is 209 again?
That's the board ethics. It's not a long one, but it's probably a very long and administrative one probably wouldn't make sense for us to go through. So it's more specific.
I think she could find a lot of teaching moments within the phrases of that policy for us too. That would be good training for us.
Chris, thanks for giving that some thought. So I will get back to Paula with the student feedback and with 209. Yep. Okay.
I had a question about the improved board notes part, like, how
Yeah.
has that improved?
That's a great question. I think the only thing I would say is we do have communication on here, which I think we still need to do more on. But we did set in place DJ, and then we could reconfirm the note taker that, that watches it afterwards. So I would say we had a rough patch, 12 months ago, where I would say we weren't doing that good of always getting our notes up there. That's getting better. Can we do better still? 100%, yeah. And that's one of the next, how do we talk about communication?
And I think also, Dan, if I remember, because I was just coming on, there were concerns about how our notes were being taken as well. And I think we had that meeting, remember, with Amanda, and I can't remember her name, that meets.
Amanda's helping,
Yeah,
and
and
yeah.
then we had that meeting
Yeah.
to address what should be in the meeting minutes that wasn't. So I think that was part of that.
So baby steps, but we're making progress. That's why I don't think it's fair to say done like I've listed in green. We can always do better, but I think we've made a lot of improvements for where we were called out before being deficient. I think we've shored that up. Good question. All right, then I'm going to move us to discussion. How are you guys doing?
I could use like a 2-minute.
A break? One suggestion, which I thought was a good one after the last meeting, is I can just put a break on the schedule. Then we don't have to take a vote to amend it or anything, but I never know where that's gonna fall. That's why I haven't in the past, but if you want a quick break, we can take a break before discussion.
It is a good time and a good positive.
All right, then I guess I'll make a motion that we take a 5-minute break.
I'll second.
All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, so 7:13, we're adjourning. Maybe Amanda, can you turn the volume on, please?
Yep.
Mandy, can you put this back on? All right, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for giving us a quick break. So, I think we're on the discussion section, and I believe that was. Yeah, so communication committee task force, you know, and I wanted to talk through a couple of examples. So, to a fair point, you know, can we do better with communication? I think always, right? I think that's, you know, it's not fair if we're making conclusions based on things and we're not putting the rest of the community along with us. And so there are a few examples. One is for those of you who haven't been on for a while, we did have a communication kind of committee before. We disbanded a number of committees last year or earlier this year, I can't remember. Maybe in the summer? Yeah.
Like right at the end of the school
We tried to
year,
clean
maybe?
some things up, and so we reset, we did a reset, and we established some new committees. That's growing a little bit now. We had a merger last month, and right now, I'd just like to have a quick discussion with you about communication. So, can we do better? Yeah, I think we've had some feedback on the webpage. We've had some feedback on the committees doing things differently. So, like, I would just like to talk through a couple ideas. One is, in terms of our the way we face our community, it would be nice if we kind of operated under some of the similar kind of, you know, modus of operations, right? So, like, one idea would be for each committee to take their own notes, but then work with administration. And Randy and I had a quick discussion on that to just say, you know, feed to the administration your notes. Administration will handle it in the same spot, in the same place, you know, and get it out. We also had a critique, if you will, that, and I think it's come up a number of times, where we'll be referencing notes in one section of the webpage, but other people will be looking at another where it's blank or silent on that. So they think there's either no notes, and then we say, but you didn't look here. So I think there's some opportunities. I mean, we're always talking about how can we optimize our webpage, but when it comes to communication, how do we make sure that, you know, our webpage is up to date? This is not a board thing. I feel like that webpage is not a board thing, but the way that we communicate with our community, at least from our board perspective, is within our responsibility. So each one of our committees, I would ask that we're responsible and required to take notes to post 3 days in advance. We work with the administration, and I think, Randy, you offered up, can Emma help with that?
Yeah.
Is that right? So
Yeah, to contact
I guess out of
Emma.
courtesy, if you go direct to Emma, maybe copy Randy, just so Randy knows, because it's Randy's team, you know, that I'm going to have a meeting, it's going to be on this day, and then I'm going to give the notes, hope shortly a day or two thereafter, and they'll be out there. And then also please put the notes in the folder, right, so they get linked properly in the board packet. That's the way officially they would go out, but I like the idea of everyone kind of following the same system. I also like the idea of that single calendar. I don't know how we manage that, but yeah, people get confused. I know we've gotten confused. I think even last week I was referencing notes that people were saying, where are you getting these notes from? And that shouldn't be the case, right? So.
And if we send it to Emma, then she'll get it to the right person to get it on the right calendar. So I think if we just to stay consistent with that, she contacts Caitlin and that gets, you know, so it's all the minutes and everything's consistent.
Okay.
And posted in the same spot.
So questions, let's take one at a time. So questions on committees that you who are responsible. So I guess Cody, Maggie, Hiddle, and Jeff so far have a committee, right? Does that make sense? We're good with that? That workflow of just the notes go to the admin as quick as you can get those out. Open posting has always been the case, but just.
Emma, copy Randy.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Emma will be the one kind of source of making sure everything gets put out the same way for our community. Okay. Is that okay for everyone?
I think to the point too of, because I think Heddle, didn't you ask something about committees reviewing the notes prior? Maybe encourage your committee to review the notes once they're posted to check for errors would be beneficial to.
But then it's already 3 days.
But it's still posted is the thing.
So do you need to approve
So,
committee minutes?
let's talk-
And then I send it to the.
Let's talk through. I know you asked last time and I was busy and I couldn't get to
Yeah,
them.
that's
And I definitely don't want to be a bottleneck to people's committee and getting notes out. So I guess, in my mind, what's required by our open meeting is we have to post 3 days in advance. So that we're going to have a meeting on next week, Thursday. So that's posted with Emma's help. So that's a public meeting now, right? Then you have your agenda. I guess it also should be posted with an agenda, right? This is what we
Should be, it's not required.
Okay. But,
Ideally.
ideally, it should be, like, to keep that transparency, it should be, but it's not legally
Yeah, the agenda
required.
is not legally required,
Yes.
right?
The meeting is posted, is
So
required, yeah.
what am I posting within 3 days, a draft of it, or can it be the final?
So I
one?
think that 3 days is not a requirement either. I guess what I'm saying, 3 days is required by the state of Minnesota, right? That we don't
It's
have, I can have a meeting.
3
The
days.
Heddle's talking about the notes,
Minutes.
not posting when the meeting is.
Right. So I don't think there's a requirement. It would just be a courtesy or nice to ask. So after the meeting,
Okay.
I don't need to review, I don't feel I need to review, you guys tell me if I'm shirking my responsibilities. But if somebody has a committee and they run the meeting and these are the notes that I captured, I like the idea of giving the committee a chance to kind of chime in. But I think we now work in this digital age where it's like, those are the notes, it's a Google Doc, you know what I mean? If you need to make a comment or change it, do it that way. And then it gets cleaned up before it goes to the board packet. Could that work?
So for finance, we typically meet the Monday before the board meeting, so we have till Wednesday to post our minutes. So that gives like my committee basically Tuesday and part of Wednesday to comment. So I'll have to make it clear, like I'm posting the minutes at noon on Wednesday, so any comments, does that help?
My experience, and maybe it's not fair, but if I write the notes, 9 times out of 10, the best, the notes, not that I did it perfectly, but I don't usually have people come back and say, oh my gosh, this is so wrong, we need to strike it. So it's usually pretty good to work off of as a kind of a summary.
Okay.
And then if somebody wants to come back and challenge it, I think we do it that way. Hopefully that helps speed it up a little bit, so you,
So it gets, so it gets over to Emma.
yeah.
Yeah, on time.
And then our board meetings are set up, the schedule is, so if you want to hit the board meeting, give yourself a week or so time, like you mentioned, don't put it right up to it. I know the expansion, we had a meeting late part of last week, but I talked to Randy, said, can we please add kind of those notes in, just so we get those documented this month. But that should be the exception, I think. Okay, then I would just ask, yeah, go ahead.
So about like meeting notes and everything.
Yeah.
So this is about the overall board, but it's kind of like weird how we have to approve it before posting it on the website. So like you have to wait a month like to know what happened like a month ago. So it's like, can we just post the draft like right when we have the draft, and then once we approve it, we can just say, oh, this is actually just the approved version.
So you're talking
waiting-
about the meeting minutes?
Yeah, the meeting minutes. yeah.
Okay, yeah, good question. I don't have any problem posting minutes.
Yeah, I guess that's a great question. I was going to follow up. And, that process currently, I think, is getting to be shorter.
Yeah.
In terms of
Yeah.
it being compiled and then looking through it to make sure that it's ready to go, or at least in draft form, before it comes back to the board to be approved.
If we had that little draft watermark, I don't know if that's a lot of extra work
Yeah.
for
I
you.
don't
but
think so. I think
If we did that, I would be fine with it going out and then just approved and saved. I mean, because we usually get the draft like the next week or something, they're close, right?
we're getting closer.
Yeah,
That
but
really supports our mission of transparency
Yeah.
too, like having the information out there sooner than later.
So Randy, if we could, once we get the draft, before we've read it and approved it, it's just, I just envision that it's captured in December, right? It's like, here's the draft meeting minutes, and then once we approve it in January, it gets changed out to the official one, right? I
We
think
could
that
have
could work.
draft and final. So
Draft and
once
final,
it's
yeah.
been approved by us at the
Sure.
board the following month, then it just changes to final and then
Yeah.
gets saved on the website for future reference.
The only reason I hesitate is, not to point my finger, but I have seen some instances where some private information was on the draft that needed to be taken off, so I would almost feel better if that happened, that's not out there anymore.
I think maybe it should be sent to us real quick. We have 3 days to look it over before it goes out, so that gives us time to, like, make sure our names are spelled correct. But we do that kind of in the middle of the next board meeting, and it feels like, I don't want to say waste of time, but inefficient.
Yeah.
Just going through.
If it's private data, shouldn't it be a closed meeting at that point?
But what I'm saying, what happened, I remember one time we included like a survey or feedback, and whoever compiled it just copied and pasted it in there, so it wasn't until the board got a chance to read it, like, no, you have to take this out, that can't be in our notes. So it was a mistake, right? And that's the only reason why I would hesitate to have a draft permanently on our website, is if there's some information that we're not supposed to share. But otherwise, I like the idea.
Could a segment say like data to be provided at the approval of these minutes?
What do you mean, Ted?
For the data privacy stuff that you're talking about, could it just state, or data will be provided after approval of the board minutes? I think just a phrase like that.
Yeah, maybe I'm misunderstanding. I'm saying like if we had survey feedback and somebody like, maybe somebody talked about someone else or somebody shared something that would be considered private.
But in lieu of posting that, you put that statement.
So on
Yeah.
the draft.
But it might not go in the final either.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm
You'd
saying
have
is
to
who.
take it down. If something goes up that shouldn't be up with private data on it, you have to take it down.
Correct.
So it.
I think what he's saying is
can't
if there's something questionable,
We just make a blanket statement that says this
We can
is provided.
strict it out, yeah. Yeah.
I guess from my thoughts on, that should be a secretary responsibility, I suppose, in terms of making sure that that personal data is
It's
not
not there.
included in the
Yeah.
draft.
Yeah.
So I think from, future rep, the SEC would need to make sure that that's not there.
Let's give it a try. You guys are okay with it? I don't see any reason why we can't.
And
It saves a
we-
month.
Try to get it in a week after the board meeting or thereabouts, and that gives more time for people to review that if they weren't able to watch.
I don't know if we'll have a motion later, but, so good observation. Do we need or should we have a board committee? And I stress the board because, we'll have administrative folks responsible for things, but do we need anything from the board that helps with communication? Short of the committee is getting a little bit better at the administrative, meeting minutes and whatnot.
Well, I mean, the reason for the board committee would be to offer some suggestions and also act as oversight. I mean, I kind of turn to I guess Randy and see if you think that's important or, because the problem in the past is when we've had these committees, people did great work. It never got translated into actual implementation. I'll just leave it at that. So we've wasted a lot of people's time for no gain whatsoever. And in fact, a heck of a lot of animosity because of it. So I'd like to kind of try to make everything better. So case in point, calendar. I mean, right now, we have at least 2 calendars. I opened up our website and I can't even find our athletics calendar. I mean, it's somewhere else.
It's under athletics.
What?
It's under athletics.
That's the point. I have to go under athletics when we have upcoming events on the left, and it says calendar, but it's events, but no activities. So if you don't know that, then I'd have to go find the tab up at the top, drop down window, find the activity and all that other stuff. And that happened because we signed on using our school. Is that worthwhile to use our school to manage our athletic activities contracts? Because at the time we signed up, it didn't seem like it was, because at the time, a lot of charter schools didn't use that. And we were using that to populate our calendar. And it turned out that we weren't using it for the contracting purpose for which it's best used, and we're ending up using a calendar that wasn't very good as calendar. So, I mean, those are very intricate things that really are administrative functions, but those questions were being asked by the board at the time, and nothing, never got better. So 5 years later, we're still here.
So I think, Jeff, what you said is kind of how I learned it.
Yeah.
Was that those are administrative duties. Even getting our agenda together, it seems like sending our minutes to Emma for review and posting in PDF format, like all that. So our communication to our stakeholders, aside from open forum meetings, should funnel through our admin.
I would think so.
And so should calendaring.
I would agree, if it were working in the past. I can't speak for what's happening now, but in the past, it wasn't working. So if we had a committee, it would be just to make sure everything's kind of, found its place, and then we can move forward with accurate calendars and.
But I don't think we're supposed to oversee that. So if we.
We oversee everything that
establish-
doesn't work well.
Yeah, but think about it. If we establish a committee to oversee administrative duties,
Sometimes you have to.
We're in the wrong.
No, sometimes you have to. If it's not working, we're here to help make sure it works. I'm not saying we have to direct each individual, but oversight, if it's not working, it's not working. Who else
So
does
we
it
would-
then? Who does
So
the
hypothetically,
oversight?
we would task a committee
No,
to make sure that admin is maintaining,
I think
We're
it's an
using the right
extra
calendar.
step.
No, that's
It
not
seems
what I
like-
said.
I feel it's an extra step, because if our committee's already gonna communicate, right, we're already putting pieces in place, we can look internally as far as, is there a better way for calendaring? I know we have people over the break looking at the website to make sure all the information is accurate, because there's some, things that are not. I know there's a couple of people that are doing that over the winter break for that specific reason, so I don't know what else they would do.
And I think that might be enough for tonight. I feel like, I don't want to spend the whole night on this one topic, but I think there is opportunity. We can all do better. And I guess the question wasn't rhetorical, but I'm kind of leaning towards, I don't know that it's a board committee is the right answer, but we still somehow we need to improve the way our website's communicating with our, and some of it's the board stuff, which I feel is within our responsibility to make sure is clearly communicated, and we're using the administrative tools to do that. And so like when calendars are different or duplicate or confusing for our constituents, then we have a problem as a board, which I think we need to work together with administration on. So let's, for the sake of the time tonight, I would say let's keep this as an open item. We need to figure out how we can do better. I guess, is there anyone, we haven't done a decision yet, but is there anyone advocating that we need to set up a board committee, or would we, Jeff, I don't know if you're interested.
No,
or
I'm not suggesting
No, sorry.
we have a board
I was going to make another suggestion, is maybe have a discussion with administration, just say, let's sit down for a half an hour meeting and say, can we help figure out, here's the problems, and then maybe Randy, you can come back in a month or two and say, here's what we've done, is this in the right direction, or what have you.
do we need to sit down with them, or should they just do it?
If
You
we
see what I
have,
mean?
if we, agreed, but if we have feedback, I think it's fair to share with them. Here's some opportunities that have been shared with us as a board, but we don't feel it's board-related, so please can you take them and help the school?
So
I guess-
admin does need to collaborate with us on something that is within their realm.
Well, I think they are collaborating in terms of our committees, which makes sense, right? The next step is the website, which I don't think is a board item, managing the website and keeping that up to date, I think is an administrative one. So it's, if people are feeding back to us, opportunities. The question to me is, does the board set up a committee to manage this, or do we say, this is not a board item, the administration needs to give this feedback? I guess that's what is that answer it?
Yeah.
I was just going to ask, could it be a subcommittee inside one of the current committees? Such as
It almost feels like it's under, like a sub of governance, like
Yeah,
it's
it's where I
making
was
sure that.
leaning.
Governance isn't.
Do you have something right now? Do you have some task force?
Well, we have an office meeting weekly, and this sounds like it's something that we would discuss as far as we talk about it's part of our agenda every week when we meet, is communication. Like what topics go in the weekly communication to the parents, goes out to staff, and that's where those agendas are addressed. So, and that's where we said, okay, let's, the two people look through the website over winter break. So those are, that group, or the office staff is where we talk about communications, where it would fall. Justin's in, those people are in those meetings.
Right now, it feels like that's the right process, right? That it's being managed, and maybe we just.
Yeah, so if we're getting feedback, or if we feel that, the calendar is an issue, we should tell our administration that and ask them to fix it.
What if
I'd
there was
like
like,
to piggyback off of Patel there. Because
Not
as
get
I'm
involved
listening,
in it.
as I'm listening to this, I'm hearing the issue is the communication, and it falls on the chain of responsibility. Okay? Meaning, if a stakeholder has an issue with something about communication regarding any issue of communication, it first needs to be voiced to the admin or the committee that they're having issues with. If it's not being met within the admin or the committee's responsibilities, then they need to voice their concern during an open forum. At that point, the board can then give a directive to the admin to improve the communication. Does that make sense?
What if there was some sort of advisory group under the administration? Because because it seems like it's an administration responsibility. So
Why don't we just all follow, I think what Mr. Sletton is saying, we just all follow that chain of communication, that chain of responsibility with regard to that complaint or that feedback.
And that's what happened for 5 years, and no one took accountability for it, and we sit here where we sit here. And everyone's lost the institutional history of it all. I mean, a lot of this work actually has been done, and we just forget that we've actually even done it. So, I don't know if we need a committee to oversee it. I'm not suggesting that. I just, there's lots of information that's out there. We should gather some of that. That would help. There are some, I think, parents, short-term would be great sounding boards to get some of the calendar stuff back in order. And just start with that. I'm willing to start easy. I just don't want this to continue to go on. It's frustrating. 5 years worth. And we've tried everything.
So at least some of the near-term ones that were brought up, to me, it sounds like you already are working on, which is great. So maybe we start there and see.
We can take the 3 calendars and they should all be one, so that's kind of an easy deal.
See.
I don't think we need to form a committee to look at a calendar.
Agreed. Okay. All right, good discussion, everyone. Move us to expansion options. So we have, and I'm working off, maybe I shouldn't have made it, but I made my notes before, so I haven't pulled the latest one out. Is yours updated, this link?
Mine says it's in the trash.
Yeah, okay, so why don't I go ahead and get
Monday,
started and
I'll see it.
explain what we were doing. So I think that was the concept diagrams. Is that what you were trying to look for? Okay, so we're going to talk through that. The reason we took out the board minutes is right now they're draft form. We're having some of the conversation now. It involves actually other properties. So when we get to the conversation about merger and everything else, might be a better forum for that. But what we did was a preliminary, working with Cunningham and NTH, just to get an idea of what it might look like if the property is being used, one property being WLA's, for the middle school, high school, and making MSA the K through 5. For the expansion committee, we're staying away from the concept of merger. We're specifically looking at properties and available building, as it were. So that's why I'm trying my best not to mix that up, and that's why we kind of took those materials out for now, because this is a preliminary discussion. And just to give you the 5-minute version of all this, what we did was, the whole idea is it even from a building perspective feasible to swap buildings? As in, is there enough room over at WLA's building and room here in our 5 acres to help have a K through 5 school? So what Cunningham did is just a very quick overview on what that might look like. So to make it as easy as possible, they presented 2 suggestions. One was our dream suggestion, and one was an affordable suggestion. So the dream suggestion, in summary, was $35 million, still kind of on the outside edge of our current budget. It talked about doing a light remodel of the current buildings to make sure that we could use them for middle school, high school on the WLA location. And that part was the easiest. It's actually the smallest part of the budget. It did include the construction of an extra gym and a couple classrooms. The extra gym, a couple classrooms, somewhere between $3 and $5 million. The biggest piece of it would be the remodel of the MSA current space to allow for K through 5. To remodel classrooms, buildings, the teaching spaces, adding a cafeteria, everything. And that would require a huge remodel of Building A. So this is the expensive version, by the way. Huge remodel of Building A. We would take down Building C and D. That would become parking and green space. And as also as part of Building A, if I remember, It was an additional 2-level additional teaching spaces. That's the concept. We don't have to even get into the detail of how many classrooms and whatnot. The most affordable version would be, once again, light remodel of WLA's space, an extra gym, no extra classrooms. We would freshen up everything that they currently have. So light remodel over there. Come back over here to MSA's current space. We would use building A, same footprint, probably still a moderate, they call it moderate remodel, right? So, yeah, probably down to the studs still, but not a 2-story addition. We would keep building C and D, heavy remodel, to make it more usable classrooms. And the biggest addition would be tacked on to, I think, building B, it would be like the cafeteria and some kindergarten space for K through 5. Once again, price tag somewhere around $17 million. Concept is that would allow, and we could envision, a possible way to switch buildings. Beyond that, we make no other judgments. We do have a couple challenges regardless of what we select. And those challenges are kind of the usual ones, right? We have to talk to the city of Woodbury, there's fire truck access, I mean, all those usual things. In fact, they even put it on the list, like I said, nothing unusual. Let's see. City approval, traffic patterns, fire truck access, green space, parking. I mean, those are the usual things. Haven't really dug into it, still has to be done. So from a building perspective, that's where we sit in terms of expansion. Also, in our expansion meeting, we are continuing to look at other options, whether they be other options for funding or other options for just additional or a different place. And we still have one other building we've kind of put on the back burner. That remains an option. We are not putting any more time into it yet in terms of drawing or, we already know what the numbers are going to be. So we're looking at different funding sources. We're looking at different options, doing more research, and also collecting more data having to do with, enrollment numbers and things like that. So that's what the expansion committee is focusing on. So I don't know if there's a decision behind all this. I mean, I think when we combine it with further discussions on some other things, we may decide there is or isn't. We'll talk about that later. But any questions about that?
I have one.
Yeah.
Are we able to see it?
No, because like I said, it involved drawings of, just really sketches of WLA's building.
He's got access.
I have it too.
Go to Google,
It shouldn't be on our website though, so.
google.com, and open your email there. Because
Yeah,
if you try to
if
go
you've
to
opened it up
the-
earlier, we took it out, we would appreciate if you just not show it. So if it's already downloaded on your computer, maybe you can access it. But the whole idea is, for right now, since we're having preliminary conversations, and just be respectful of the process, right now, we just don't want to pass out these concepts. So, thank you. But any questions about that? Yeah, and by the way, when you look at some of these drawings, what we wanted to do is just kind of confirm we actually have property and space. Like if we came back and looked at it and said, oh yeah, 5 acres, once again, we're a little bit tight, or at WLA, they're a little bit tight because there are certain things we wanted to add there. Wanted to just identify it as something we need to look further into, not making a judgment of whether we can do it or can't. Yes,
I had two
Joseph.
questions.
Yeah.
One was just regarding the building, like the expansion here on this campus.
Yep.
Would we be able to accommodate for any kind of athletic facilities, like track or anything? Would we be able to do any of that?
So in this particular scenario, there's some additional green space, but there are no athletic fields.
Okay. Okay.
We had to accommodate parking, of course. And the biggest thing, because the property is so tight, is the emergency vehicle access. So, and that still has to be, of course, discussed with the city. It's tight, it's tight.
Joseph, are you asking, because this wouldn't be a high school here anymore?
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah,
This
sorry.
would be the
Yeah.
elementary school.
Yeah, it would be flipped, so
And
this would be the
on
case of
the
prime.
other side, there
Yeah.
is a soccer field and there's some other
Yeah.
athletics.
They have a little more
The
green
other
space that is slated for more development of a soccer field, I think a baseball. But right now, you know, parking remains a little bit of an issue. They currently have a variance for 30 spots that you don't have. And if we move high school, that's going to increase it to probably a deficit of 50 plus. There's some space for additional spots, but yeah, it's tight. It's tight.
And then my second question was just regarding space on WLA's property. You know, I've spent my time talking with like a lot of parents within the MSA community, and one that's been unanimously like asked to me is that has anyone taken the time to contact Woodbury City's planners and confirm if anything more can be built on WLA's property, because due to the ratio of buildings to green space along with the watershed district rules?
Yeah, I mean, that's on the list. We are at a place where I do not believe our owner's rep has had a chance to contact the city. But right now, yeah, it's part of the next steps. I mean, obviously, we're not going to suggest any movements back and forth unless the property is available and things can be built out.
So that's one of like my main question is like, if we don't know that we can currently expand on their property, and we're like, one of the main things, like we wanted to build a gym there, right, on WLA's property. If we don't know that we can expand there, like even currently on where they are right now, I mean, how is that?
And to your point, we haven't confirmed it, right? So if you look at the process, we are at the point of kind of visualizing how this might work.
Okay.
So have we gotten confirmation of each of these steps? The answer is we haven't gotten to that point yet.
Okay.
We are at kind of the visualization, and even making sure that buildings fit or anything that we want. You know, something as simple as counting the number of, teaching spaces, classrooms, make sure that it would accommodate that switch.
That's what our owners reps are doing. They're working on all those things, so.
So Jim, a couple
Yep.
of questions. One, I think, so it's organic what's happened, right? I mean, now we had an expansion now for a while, and now we've started up a merger committee too. So I like the idea, this is me talking, I like the idea of the expansion, still looking at what are the other options. I think that's prudent, it makes sense for the school to protect the school, right? So funding, as you mentioned, and other properties. So I guess the plea to the public is if anyone knows of any additional properties, if you're aware of it, Jeff, you'd be the right contact to reach out to, and we can investigate that. So I think all options should remain on the table for expansion. But for the merger ones, it might make sense then when it comes, it's getting a little muddy because we'll talk merger next, but merger could be one way to expand, right? So that's, but I like the idea of maybe separating those until we're able to kind of decide we're going to go this way or we're going to go that way. So that's good. We'll take that one next. But then just a random question, but
Yeah.
if we have a gym here, let's say on the merger one, if we had a gym here, do we need the gym at the other?
What we're looking at is, students are going to be somewhere between 1,300 and 1,400 students, middle school, high school. So right now, we have one gym, B, for 600 students. And we're kind of right there, and we probably could use another gym right now for what we have, which is 600 students. So we could only run, we alternate days for volleyball practice, basketball practice, and then we have to look out for when they have a game, we can't have practices. That's how tight it is. So raising it to 1,300 or 1,400, that's the reason for the second gym.
And it's also a programming issue too,
Yeah,
because we have
I mean,
6th through 12th grade during the school day having Phi Ed classes, so.
Makes sense.
Given the number of students.
Theater.
So, okay, we hadn't gotten to the detail of how theater and additional rehearsal rooms, right? That part, I don't know. It does not contemplate a black box theater. There is no room on the property. Right now, with one gym and perhaps 5 additional classes connected to the gym, we're short 50 spots in parking. So if we were to add that, we would be literally short, I would guess, 100 spots of parking. So I'm not here to say no, that from a property restriction,
And I'm not sure.
it's not
I'm
in the
not sure
drawing.
that that's what they said.
Yeah, no, I asked specifically at our last meeting, is there room for a black box?
I don't know if there's a deficit in parking though. I mean,
Pardon me?
I don't,
That
Yes.
wasn't gonna impact the
There's
parking
a
because.
pardon me? I'm sorry, one question, sorry, I didn't hear your question. Randy?
I was saying, I don't think they're short on parking. I mean, I don't think
No, they
there's
are.
an issue.
Right now, they're short 30 spots. They have a variance from the city of Woodbury, is my understanding. And in the calculation, the documents she wrote out, the calculation is 225 spots, and they could fit 182. That's 50 plus, 57.
There's,
So-
on this
But anyway, sorry.
one document, it says there's a yellow area that's potential overflow parking.
Right, and I think that is property that is not used right now.
Yeah,
Could be
there's
used
one
for
spot,
parking.
it fits about 12 spots. I took a look at it. If you're talking about the one that's by the baseball field and the soccer field, there's like a little rectangle, and I'm looking at that thinking it fits about 12 spots. And frankly, if they had the land, then I don't know why they would have a 30-spot variance right now, so. But we'll dig into that a little further. But Cunningham said they're short on spots. It's a big issue.
Ask a clarifying question.
Yeah.
When you
So by the
say-
way, it's not off the table. I'm
No,
just, you know,
yeah.
these are the drawings I'm taking a look
Yeah.
at, so.
When you say a variance from the city, what does that entail?
So the city code says, here's how we calculate the number of spots you need. Presumably, they said X number of spots, you need that based on their current configuration. And my understanding is, and I have not seen it, so I haven't verified it, that they had to apply to the city for a variance of 30 spots because they didn't have it, and the code required them to have it.
So they're
That's my
saying you can
understanding.
do this, but you still need to find 30 spots in the future.
That's the
So they're
tricky part.
saying-
So I'm asking the clarification, that
No, no,
question.
go
I
ahead.
think they're saying you're 35 spots short, we're gonna let you do it, but we're not thrilled about it.
I
And
think
then
that's a
if we're-
pretty
if-
good interpret, but I haven't seen it, so to interpret that even as Cody mentioned, that'd be a lot.
Because when I hear a variance, I think, okay, you're a teacher, you can teach this for this year, but we have to replace it with a full-time teacher with that license.
Yeah, in terms of city code,
Yeah.
they could pull it at any time,
Okay.
but for now, they've given you the permission to exist essentially out of compliance. And that number grows a little bit because we take a little less, right now, they have paved space that apparently, I believe, buses park in, and we would extend to that space. But it's the calculation that matters, right? It's the calculation of, now we have high schoolers, and that's what actually boosts up the calculation for more numbers in terms of parking. But to be confirmed, you know, we'll have to pull the variance, we'll have to have further discussion, but some challenges.
I've got a couple questions.
Yeah.
Is street parking allowed?
From where I can envision it, I can't see where it's street parking, because Hudson's there, that wouldn't be street parking available. And there are no side streets.
But on
Except for where the bus
Globe
pulls in.
Globe Road is owned by the school.
Right. But I mean,
That street.
That
Globe,
street.
I mean, we have to obviously keep things open because of busing and transportation routes and whatnot. So, I
And,
think I answered, sorry, I think
yeah.
yeah, there are no streets really on the side streets. And there is a neighborhood behind them. And they actually, because of the neighborhood, they had to route their buses in a certain way to avoid that neighborhood.
Okay. And you said if we stay on this site, it's 35 million?
What it is
Additional
both versions require a switch in sites. One just requires more remodeling and getting more room and a little bit more of what we would like,
No, I'm saying just expansion. If we were to just expand on our 5 acres.
just for us.
Yeah, no
MSA.
merger.
Yeah,
Are
I
you saying
think-
35 million because
I
the?
think it was around
It's
55.
55 million.
So you were talking a scenario, one of the scenarios with the merger
Yeah.
was the 35. And the second one would add up to 37?
17.
17. The lesser
17.
version of the flip-flop. It's 17 million.
I'm sorry, then can you go over the 35? How are you getting 35?
35
On that
would be a large remodel of Building A, along with a 2-story addition, along with taking out C and D, think that's it. That's part of the 35. And then a gym, 5 extra classrooms, and a little bit more of a very light remodel of the WLA location.
Okay, and the second option would be 17,
Correct.
not in addition to the 22 and the 8. Or
Um,
in addition to the 22
it
and
would
the
be.
20 and the 8, and that's how I'm getting 37 in my head.
Oh, okay.
Right,
Yeah,
that's what I'm
47,
doing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
But we have that
It
additional.
would be,
17.
yeah, the 8 and the 22 do not go away.
right, and that's based on 2,000 students.
Yes.
Yes.
So 37 with 2,000 students versus.
Old and new bonding, correct.
35, no, sorry, 50 staying.
So I think we're combining different scenarios. There's two merger swap scenarios. One is more expensive, it puts a 15,000 square foot addition on WLA, and then a much more massive remodel of MSA. That would cost about 35 million, in addition to 30 million in bonds that we already hold.
Okay.
The other one is a lesser addition, it's only an 8,000 square foot addition to the WLA building. And then a massive remodel over here and a little bit of remodeling over there. That would cost 17 million more dollars that would have to be added on to the 30 million that the combined schools already owe.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah,
Thank
those
you.
don't go.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
I just felt
Yeah,
like a bunch
yeah,
of different
I
scenarios
did ignore,
getting
I
all
didn't mean to
together.
ignore the other because they really are equal in both scenarios, which is we don't touch the 22 and the 8 from the previous ones.
Can I make a suggestion for the process tonight that we bring in Maggie on the merger one, only because we're.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
So I don't want to shut off the
questions.
expansion discussions, but I think this would be interesting for us all to talk through, like what did we learn from the merger committee? Is that okay with folks? And then we can maybe do a joint, just because they're all really.
Yep.
Okay, so with the questions asked, and you can see this in the notes, a lot of people have similar questions. And a lot of it dealt more with culture, what's that gonna do? But for a board, we need to also, they were asking about financials, and they were asking about a timeline with not understanding, and somebody brought it up earlier about feeling rushed, right? Joseph, like this is feeling rushed. And I think it's important that our stakeholders understand the why, because I feel like we've been talking about this for a long time, okay? And so, yep, the plan was expansion and is expansion. Why? A lot of people, a lot of the comments that we've gotten seem to be like, can't you wait? What's the hurry? Well, choosing to do nothing injures us financially. And I think we all need to understand that and what the ramifications are. And so I don't know who could do this or how it would look, but if we could get out on the website, why? Can we start with why the financials say we need to do this, to expand, to look at these options? Why we're also exploring a merger option on top of, we're not saying no, but this came to us as an opportunity. It is our responsibility to look at it as an option. I think we need to explain that because I feel like a lot of the questions revolved around not understanding the why we're at. And I just think that would be helpful for everybody to understand. Because it's a tough decision and it's hard for us and it's hard for families and it's just hard. Like, this is not fun. So in the meeting, and yep, I got a lot of, yep, it felt rushed, but I wanted to have it before this board meeting. It is a crazy time of year, so I had to have it before school for my schedule, and it's just how it worked. After the meeting, toward the end, the committee came up with a recommendation for the board because there's so many questions we can't answer by ourselves.
I don't have all these answers, and I don't know where to get them. We don't have them as a board. And same with the expansion committee, right? I mean, there's things we haven't asked about yet because we're not at that place. So the recommendation from our committee is that as we form a joint exploratory merger committee with WLA, with the objective of answering questions for both communities, reconciling differences between the two, and coming up with a plan for how a merger would be executed, with the idea that each organization could approve, request modification to, or stop a merger at regular checkpoints by designing a plan along the way. So this is in the committee notes. I bolded it, it's toward the end. So that's the whole recommendation. And so, you know, we're left with what questions does MSA have for MSA? What questions does MSA have for WLA? And so, happy to take any questions.
But I like that, because like, it feels like a couple different ideas of what the merger would look like in the end had already been proposed, so it's hard to keep track of which things we're actually talking about.
Well, and so many of the, I don't know the answers. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know, I don't know. I have questions too. So I don't.
So, $1,600 lease aid per student. Is that right? 1,600 is what we said?
$1,314. Is that what you're talking about?
It's $1,300? It's not $1,600.
But no, that's the 90% is the 60.
Oh, that's
So if you divide
right.
it back, we have to kick in 10%.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
that's where you get to that.
So we have to
weird
factor
kinda-
one.
We always have to pay 10%.
Okay, all right. So $1,300 per student at 2,000 students, about 3 million? Ish.
Is the payment.
Would be that revenue.
Right.
The payment, according to Piper Sander, who came and presented on a
Yeah, the changes,
35
it's changed a little bit here and there. I don't know if they presented that number.
on a $35 million bond, give or take the interest rate, I know, 3.5, 5.5. 3 million payment?
I can.
We've actually got
Could we-
Bruce here
who is
Can
bond
we cover-
underwriter. He can help us a
Can-
little bit.
I mean,
I'd
we're
rather
not
let
here
him
to
speak
solve
to it
those questions.
than.
I mean,
I'm interrupting.
No, it's fine, but I just want to make sure we don't do too much arithmetic with everyone here.
I
Because
feel
I think the
comfortable
question is a
answering.
fair one, and I think we owe it to our community, and sorry to interrupt, but I mean, 3 or 4 years ago, we went through the finances, and you could plot out when we go red, Cody. I remember that was part of the impetus on why we got to expand, right? Because we can see, because we're looking at those numbers out, we need to expand by this certain date. That's why we did it when we did. We said 24, 25 was our target. Now, things change, no doubt, right? Interest rates, all this stuff, everything's changed. It probably would make sense again to come back and say, you know, with our current student body, what does that look like? You know, and then just, are we gonna be negative or positive? That's what I think the community is asking for, because we have a cash balance, and if you're down 100,000 or 500,000 every year, how many years can we go? That's the question the community is asking, because they're feeling rushed. And it is a common feedback we get from a lot. Why do we have to do it now? I mean, we can't flip a switch and be in a different building. So what we're saying from the board is, it's not so easy. It's gonna take us, even if we decide tonight or in the next month, to do, it's still gonna take years to be ready for that. So we wanna be ahead of that time, so we're not bleeding cash. That's why schools fail. So we're trying to figure out how to keep the school, you know, in the black as long as possible.
If we remember from the audit that Tyler just presented, we had a $6,000 surplus from,
Well, and it's hard, like, we have a
That's
fund
very
balance that
little
we
bit of money,
can't
so-
use for just anything. So it's misleading that we have money. We can't just use it for anything we want. There are only specific things that fund balance can be used for.
So we have to talk about the money.
so what I'm saying is if we're only, there was $6,000 between our total revenues and total expenditures. So next year with nothing, we're gonna go into the red.
We need a
right?
surplus, we need a,
So
we need a.
we're gonna be dipping
we need-
into our
we need
fund balance
space,
next year.
We need facilities, we need to bring, pay up to market.
Yeah, like it's, the budget is a very, very hard thing to balance.
We need to
On a
add
well-funded
students
school.
to get that money. So why are we all not obsessed with looking at expansion and merger options that give us a surplus?
Because there might be other options, and that might not be the sole solution, and that might not be the solution. I mean,
But don't we have to
you know,
look at the money to decide that?
Yeah.
Or
you
do
don't
we
just
not
pick
agree
the
that
first
the
thing
money
that
is
comes
not the
down the
most
road. I
important?
mean, you know, it goes back to when we were talking about strategy and whether merger should be a strategy. We haven't even had that discussion yet. I mean, one of the first strategic questions within that discussion is, should we be moving to another school district? And all the impacts that might have, financial and otherwise.
Maybe Maggie, did that? did
We're
we get-
moving into
These are
622.
questions.
Yeah, that's one of the questions,
yeah.
right? 622, you know, I've done a little more research. I mean, they just completed a bonding referendum. They're redoing Tartan. They have 4 immersion programs they're introducing. And by the way, they're a shrinking market. So of all the places we want to merge, we're picking a shrinking market? Why don't we, why don't we investigate 634? They're expanding. What?
Still are.
Yeah. And by the way, there are a lot of reasons to say no too. But those are the questions of strategy, of if we're actually looking at merger, we have to continue those. And that's not to say we don't look at this. I'm just saying, those are some of those other questions we have to continue to pursue.
I guess we had I'm looking back through the notes, right? The committee was formed, at least one of the questions, would a merger with WLA support the mission, vision, strategic plan of MSA? Do we not know yet?
Well, from our conversation, you know, they're similar, right? Both are focused on student achievement, but you'd be hard pressed not to find a school, but that isn't the mission and the vision of a school, right? You want
So I guess
successful
maybe I gotta be
kids.
clear on what
Mhm.
my question is not do they currently align the mission and visions? Because that isn't, more of it is, we have our own, we
Yep.
have our own mission vision here.
Yep.
And would a merger help support that?
Unclear. Again, that's,
okay to
that's
say we
part,
don't know, but I
that's
mean-
part of why,
Question.
again, like, these are wonderful
Okay.
questions.
Because I think the next question down is what I think you're talking about, which is, what does MSA know in order to support the merger? That's the sort of discussion, I think it would be great to have a discussion with, let's say, WLA and say, all we hear is rumors, can we just sit down and talk about it and stop with these discussions, you do this, you do that, right? Just sit down. So that's good, but I think that comes after the first one, which is, does it even make sense for us to entertain? And I guess it's back to your point, Heather, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I mean, it's one way to deliver the numbers. And so I'm asking that we don't go through all the arithmetic here, but I'm not hiding it, whatever, we can share
Right.
whatever, but we need more students.
So, again, and so, like, we had people with differing opinions, well, it's different curriculum. Well, yeah, but elementary is different than middle school and is different from high school. So I don't know that, just because you have different curriculums doesn't mean the vision and mission can't align. Does that make sense?
It's actually WLA's mission and vision that is very specific to curriculum and rigor. They actually use rigor in their mission and vision, whereas ours has a lot more autonomy to it. So if we're looking at this mission and vision, they're very comparable together. It's the WLA has more of a specific to a point. But I think going back to Maggie's recommendation, we do need to come together as committees. We need to hear what WLA has to say. We need to answer these questions. I felt in the first meeting, I think there are 3 topics that we really need to discuss: culture, curriculum, and financing being the number 1. And that needs to be from both committees. And looking at the finance report side by side.
When you guys say that, the schools, they focus, you're asking about mission and vision, and, that's a good thing to look at when we're comparing mission and visions between our school and theirs, but at the same time, we should also be asking, does WLA also, do they deliver on that mission and vision? What I mean by that is, do we see, and I'm asking this to you, Ms. Burgraff, do the students, like you saying that it's more focused on academic rigor, are those students showing that on their test scores, on just in class? Do we know those statistics on any of those?
I don't know that you can have, we don't have statistics on, like, direct statistics, you can look at scores, sure, but I don't know what those statistics.
The problem with the most recent couple of years of data, COVID.
Okay.
Like, I'm starting to dig into their finances, and I'm looking at the last 3 years during COVID and the last 2 years before COVID, because COVID changed everything. Everyone got extra money, so, and everyone was using it different, so it is gonna be hard, it is a hard time to the data, there's so much potential skew to the data.
Wendell, I'd like to just come back a little bit to yours, so just to challenge a little bit, so 3 things, and you mentioned finance, culture, and what was the other, curriculum?
Curriculum.
So I guess in my mind, finance is the thing, and I'm not putting dollars over people, but the culture and the curriculum are things that come later. Culture is gonna take years if, and they're gonna have a culture, we're gonna have a culture, and I'm not saying one's right or one's wrong, but they're different, right? Anytime we have 2 buildings, they're gonna be different cultures. We have 4 buildings here, you're gonna have different cultures between A and B and C and D, no matter how hard you try. So I feel like we need to know, does it make financial sense for our school? And that's why I'm pushing us on the strategic bit of it is, does it make sense to merge? Because if we come back and say, no, I don't know, Sorensen's still here, but helping with the, like, if we can't afford it, then why are we talking about it anymore, right? If it doesn't help us move to where we need to be and we start seeing black in years 3, 4, 5, black means we're making more money than we're spending, then it makes sense. If it doesn't anyways help us financially, then I would say let's move on to the next one that Jeff is gonna bring back, right? So I think the other ones that, I don't mean to trivialize them, but those are like the next tier. First, we need to say, hey, here's what we're offering. It's a high school, it's a middle school program that we're pretty proud of, and we feel like we can take students from any school, and we currently do, and we do a good job with those students, and we teach them well, and we make model global citizens with them, right? That's what we do now. I don't see that going away. It shouldn't go away. And so I'm not so concerned about if they have a different setup or a different culture or different whatever, but I think we need to notice the numbers make sense, and that's where I want to know, does a merge or fit our strategic plan where we're trying to, grow here? And I don't know the answer to it, and I'm happy if we don't know, I'm not happy, but I mean, if we don't know the answer, that's fine, we're all trying to figure it out together, but I guess maybe finances is a big piece of it, and maybe we need to have a little more from the financial experts explain how a merger could work. Maybe that's a separate meeting. I like the recommendation of sitting down and talking with the folks, because we've had 2 or 3 meetings talking merger, they've probably done the same. Why don't we just sit down and have that discussion? I gotta bite my tongue, but I'd be interested to hear other people's thoughts.
Actually, I disagree with this joint exploration.
Okay.
That's called negotiation. We haven't even clarified what we're looking for and what we want. So we don't want to get into a room and hash out with another party. What would we be hashing out? We'd be negotiating with them, some middle ground, and all of a sudden we'll talk each other into, oh yeah, that sounds good. We can do it. But once again, the first question is, should we do it? Not can we? Yeah, we can find a way around everything and anything, but that doesn't guarantee success. Because right now, I mean, even growth is no guarantee. Right now, I took a look at WLA's bond documents. Their bonding was built on a forecast this year of, I think, 774 students. They're short by 83.
Projected to be 889.
Next year, right?
And that won't grow.
And it can tend, so if you're short, right,
So
one
I'm
year.
asking, if we merge, can we carry that? How do we?
No.
help
Well,
overcome
that's a good
that?
question, right? But why would we want to carry it? Because now they're short 83. Next year, they're going to be short next year, plus the 83 they were short this year. One would argue it just continues because you can't make it up. But your
Right,
question,
you
why
have to
would we want to carry that? That's a huge burden when we're trying to expand, to carry someone else's deficit and enrollment.
Well-
Why would we want to do that?
Because of our
It is,
facility
though.
needs.
We
right?
have Bruce,
If Bruce
we're
did
talking
their
about
bonds,
things
I
that.
would walk
Excuse me, what?
Bruce is here who did their bonds. He
I'm just
was
telling you, I
accurate.
looked at the bond documents. Beyond that, I mean, maybe they're reforecast or whatever, but they're 83 short.
Would you guys be okay if I gave Bruce 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Bruce, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but can we ask you some questions?
Answer questions to the extent.
Yeah, can we answer questions?
And I appreciate this discussion too. I mean, you guys are, I can speak to the financial aspect of it and kind of what I think as I look at the financing of the two schools. I did both of your most recent bond issues and WOAs, so I'm pretty intimately familiar with the bond deal and how it was underwritten and.
Bruce, are you comfortable coming up here
Yeah,
with this?
yeah.
Yeah,
And
so they can
maybe
hear.
so the mic can, or, you know, yeah, wherever.
So I come up here?
Sure.
The camera is there that way.
Back there.
It might be better.
Does he have permission to talk about WLA stuff?
So,
That's what I'm-
so I just want to ask
Yeah.
generic questions, because I
Yeah.
don't think it's fair to ask
Yeah.
specific questions about the schools, but.
With this discussion,
Um,
I don't think this, we should be doing this.
Well, their
And talking
financial.
about WLA.
It's all public
Right, it's up on their
information.
No way.
website.
Yeah, it's all public information, but
It's
I'm
not-
just wondering, in your position, are you able to talk?
I can tell you, it is public information, it's all
Yeah.
posted online. I've looked at their, I can talk about, what's publicly available. I'm not gonna make judgments, I'm gonna state a couple of things that I know. They are short on their projection, but their budget is balanced. So, you guys have the ability to do that. If it didn't go exactly, they didn't hire as many staff, they just adjusted the budget to correct for that. From what they've told me, that their recruitment looks great for next year, and that they're not concerned about it. But that's, the one thing you know about a projection in that situation is that it's not going to be right. It's going to be different from the projection. Bondholders are always concerned when there's a shortfall in that, but there's a lot of demand in this community for charter schools, so.
Maybe a fair question, well, you tell me if it's fair, but I guess one of the things that we're assuming is, like, we can merge these together. Let me rephrase it. So as a bondholder, how would that look, right? If we took these two schools with existing debt
Well, I
and
think
generate new debt?
it's a very good question. I think there's a lot of work to be done on this whole question and from both of your organizations' perspective, right? From an investor's perspective, you're going to have to tell them a compelling story of why it makes sense to do this. They've got two separate financings. You've got two separate investor groups, of which there's a fairly significant amount of overlap. You have 5 investors in common on each of your pools, are about half of bonds. So those same 5 investors own half of WLA and about half of MSA.
Individuals or companies or what?
These are all institutional investors.
Okay.
So you'll have to get their consent to implement this plan, which is no small thing. You need 2/3 of them to agree that it's a good idea. And then, but in terms of the mechanics of that, these bond documents allow for these kinds of things to happen, as long as you go get their approval. So it's basically, figuring if this is a plan that your organizations decide that you want to pursue, and it gets to that point, you'll have that whole process to go through where you have to basically show them the amendment to the documents that you're asking them for to make it possible, and your attorneys can draft that, and it's complicated, but it's possible. This is something that the professionals in this business do all the time. So it's really, at that point, convincing them that your plan is a good one and why it works. And I think there are, to me, there are some obvious, just purely financially, there are some obvious benefits to doing that. Size is always better with a charter school. Some of the larger 150 charter schools in Minnesota and over 100 around the country. Size just gives you economy of scale. It's easier to support your administration and those expenses that you have to run a school when you have more kids, right? So I think just in general, it's why you see many charter schools taking those steps to try to figure out how to expand. I've financed a lot of expansions here in Minnesota. So there's that. But I think, if you're looking at that you guys get out of it, it's that there's already an existing building that would be suited for the 612 program that you guys run, that was paid for 2 years ago with 30% more construction costs. So there's just financially some things that make sense about it. There are probably some other things that you guys, if you merge your organizations, there's savings that you're gonna have. So I think it's likely you could build a compelling story to an investor that you already own these 2 transactions, this entity financially could be potentially stronger. But to some of the points that were made, I mean, there's a big expansion here too. So that's a whole nother story just by itself to an investor. Expansions are hard. There's risk to them. So, you guys are in a position right now where you've been around for a very long time. You're very stable. You're one of the most highly respected charter schools in Minnesota. Your investors know who you are. They understand you. They love, you're investment grade rated. So I think to me though, if you saying that, they know what your wait list looks like, there's a path to make that case to them. I think those investors would love to see an expansion of Math and Science Academy. If there's one that can be done that makes financial sense. You guys have had that wait list for years and years, and clearly the demand is there, and it'd be a good thing for the community, right? So I think that's a story that's pretty easy to tell to investors. If you guys have any specific questions about the financial part of it, I'm happy to come and give a presentation on bonds themselves and how that works. But it's basically, looking at the combined enrollment, whether it's the expansion, just, the 2 options that I've run, the one for just an expansion of Math and Science Academy itself with the second campus. We're both of those, that deal and the proposed, the hypothetical merger, were structured around the existing debt. It doesn't make sense to refinance that debt, given that they were both issued in a very low interest rate environment. So there's some financial engineering in being able to craft a new deal around those existing deals. You're going out farther, some of the principal for the new deals out on the back end, and then you try to create an overall debt service that matches the enrollment that you guys are projecting. So that's how that's done. And it's a big number, all the new schools that we're looking at. I think a good example would be PACT. It's a PACT charter school up in Ramsey. We just did an expansion deal for them, and same thing, we left their debt for their existing school outstanding. They borrowed, and that was about $8 million, and they borrowed fully for the new high school. So it was a stretch, and it was the same, their community went through the same kind of things you guys are going through, trying to figure out how to make that work in this environment. But I guess it all comes down, charter schools tend to be payment buyers. That's what you are, as long as you can afford it within your budget. That par amount of debt looks scary because it's tens of millions of dollars, but as long as that's something that you can afford within the budget for the money you got, that's what your investors are focusing on too. They're focusing on you as an organization. Do you have the wherewithal to balance the budget, and can you afford the payment? And the collateral value of the building is secondary to them. They don't ever want to get it back. It's only worth it because they believe that you're going to continue to pay. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate the chance to come.
Yeah. So, where does that leave us? We don't have to decide now, but we should finish our discussion so we can know how to craft any decisions.
If we're gonna approve this recommendation from the committee, is WLA gonna also do the same thing? Like, are they planning to do that too?
I haven't talked to them.
Well, it would be to reach out to them and see if that was a possibility.
That's
So
what
the recommendation is asking the board
Is
to
to form,
give.
to allow us to form one,
Okay.
if they are okay with that.
Okay.
Further discussion, questions? Then we'll move on. It's a little contrived, but the way we've separated our decision and discussions is up for debate too. But right now, decision would come at a later point. We may play with that in the future and just put the decision at the end of the discussion section. But for now, I don't have it that set up that way. The intent was to make it more clear on what we're doing. But, okay, then I'm gonna move us to bylaws. Are you feeling like we got enough bylaw discussion?
Yeah, that's all that was prepped, so
So
it's probably not conducive to just kind of.
if you're okay, then we'll just share with the community that we went through, what, another third of it?
Finished Article 4.
Okay, so
Finished Article 4.
Make-
Throughout.
making some good progress there, and probably at least one more governance meeting on bylaws at least.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Then, is that, oh, did I go out of order? I might have actually gone out of order.
We jumped ahead to
I
merger.
did, sorry, DJ, you gotta call me.
Well, it kind of made sense.
It did make sense, yeah, so, okay. Then we're on to decision. Are you guys okay to keep going through? Okay. I'm seeing a lot of yeses. So, we decided on the communication committee that I think we're saying we don't need one right now, is what I heard. We're gonna ask the administration to come back with the stuff you normally do anyways and just see how that's going. So, is that okay with everyone?
I would urge the community, if they have concerns about communication, to follow the chain of responsibility and talk to admin
Yeah.
and voice those concerns
Yeah,
through
good
them.
point.
So we know what, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we don't know what we don't know, so
Yeah.
if there's issues you're seeing, please let us know.
Okay. And then we have approved board of director, directed expansion, next steps. Do we have any additional direction for you? Do you need anything else?
I think we need a vote for you.
No change?
No.
So what are the next steps? Sorry.
We're going to continue researching other options, funding, getting some enrollment numbers, and also finding building lines.
I guess the same, so I guess it's kind of like the same marching orders, if you will. And if anything changes, like we need to hear, right? If there's a new site available, or interest comes down, or or we can building costs come down, whatever it is, and it changes substantially what we know today, right? Then we need to hear back. Okay with him?
Are you reworking plans on the existing site?
Which existing site, which plans?
Sorry, here, this 5 acres.
No, we've set that aside because originally that was, I think that was the $55
That's
million
correct.
option.
Yes.
Yeah.
Um, Do we have a timeline for when we need to make these decisions?
I mean, we have
Yeah, the lead time they said on building, the architects need 30 to 38 weeks in drawing before they're ready to start building. If we were in the event of a merger, we already have to wait till after July 1 because we have to actually merge before we can start to borrow money as a merged entity, which allows the timeline. If we were to make that decision, the construction would begin in September and be completed by the 24-25 school year on both sites. That's the timeline you're asking for.
Well, I was just like, when budget-wise, do we need to know what we need to do?
I guess the next decision would be the enrollment for next year. Is that right?
That's
Which
in
is February.
January.
We'll
Correct.
probably start
January,
looking
yeah.
at the budget for next year in January, or we can, and
We have to set the enrollment in January though, because we have to do the lottery, right?
well, we kind of talked about budget, so we kind of know where our enrollment needs to be. I start talking about the budget. We're not going to make our budget in January, but we're going to start the conversations, I think.
We're gonna need to decide on, because our lottery's gonna happen before our February board meeting, right? So in January, we need to set our enrollment now,
Yeah, so we have to set our enrollment numbers in January. So, yeah.
because we have the lottery between the January and February meetings.
So what enrollment are we setting?
That's-
You know what
that's-
I,
that's
so
the
like, are we
question,
looking
right?
at, like, that's what I mean. What kind of an enrollment are we looking at? Are we looking at enrollment we have to make
Within our
some,
current site.
for current site, are we looking at the two options, Jeff, you know what I mean? I don't, because those numbers are all different.
Well, even if there were to be a merger, which would be a different enrollment number, we wouldn't know till we're approved, which would be July 1, so we have to be we'd have to be conservative
I think that discussion
prior
is gonna
to
take some
that
time.
anyway.
Well,
I
that's,
think the
well,
best-
and I, again,
But
it's,
you're right.
The best we can do is
December.
say, this is MSA's money.
Okay.
This is how we're gonna spend it.
okay.
They'll take care of their half, and then if there is a merger, we'll at least have a framework to start from.
The way I see it right now, correct me if I'm wrong, but we looked at a number of expansion options and we couldn't find one that worked for us, for whatever the reason is, usually money, right? And so that's where this merger one was another expansion one, which I don't think we know yet if it will work or not. We still have some more questions. So that's the one that I think, as we come to the merger discussion, we could talk through what's a good next step for that one to continue to explore. I don't know that we'll have all those answers by January either, so sadly, we're gonna have to make a decision based on incomplete information, but it's gonna be the best decision we can make. Because it's gonna impact families' lives, right? I mean, if we take in an extra so many kids, or we take in less kids, because we don't know the answer to that one yet. But we're gonna have to make a decision based on our best guess at that point with the information we have.
So how do we maximize lease aid if we're not gonna decide on enrollment?
Can you repeat the question?
How do we maximize lease aid if we're not deciding on enrollment?
That
So we'll have
we
a
have to
partial
decide-
year where we might not get the max funding that we could?
I feel like that discussion is probably half an hour to an hour. It could be, just to make sure that we do it right. And I didn't have it on the agenda tonight, was to decide the enrollment for next year. So it is a good one, and that's what I'm saying, that's probably the next thing that we need to
The thing
decide.
is, our lease aid is calculated, there's a max number of students, and then, or 90. We have more than enough students to cover our lease expenses. So maximizing, expanding it, like, we're getting,
Space is our problem, not we don't have room.
yeah, it's the
for
space that's the
kids right
problem.
now. We don't have room for them, so maximizing, we're well under maximizing, but
We're-
we're well under
We don't need
space
to.
for the kids we have now.
We have enough to operate. We don't need to increase it to continue operations as far as lease stuff is.
But
Wait,
that
I guess
doesn't
I'm-
take into consideration other expenses.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah, we,
So in the past, the administration will come back with, here's where we want to have this number of students, and maybe we can take that discussion, not to stop the discussion, but I mean, I think that would be a very useful discussion to go through and say, can you continue to squeeze through one more year? Those sorts of questions, right? The board would be interested in knowing, but that recommendation should come from administration. And knowing what we know, which is not 100%, we don't know everything about the future right now, we just know. What I'm trying to get us to kind of agree on is that the expansion options that Jeff's looking at, to date so far haven't panned out except for maybe one, which is, maybe we didn't assume that when we started off with our expansion process, but that's where we're at. So we're still, I think, to finish off point B, which is the board director expansion, next steps, no change, continue to look at options to expand and come back if anything, right? And then we go into the merger one, which I think is the next one.
I don't look at it as a negotiation, I look at it as a chance for us to ask questions, to gather questions and get answers, whether we like the answers or not. So I still think it's a good idea to take the time to get some questions answered.
If we go down that one, could we do an open meeting?
Yeah.
Broadcast to everybody?
it would have to be.
It would have to be.
Well, I mean, if we just had 2 or 3 of ours, it wouldn't have to be, but I would suggest that.
If it wouldn't be an open board meeting, but the committee itself is the board committee, so it has to be open, regardless of how many board members.
yeah, for the merger committee you're talking about? Yeah, we can broadcast.
No, I'm saying I would prefer, I mean, if I have a meeting with Andy or even with Maggie, I don't post that. So I'm saying I would like
Yeah.
to make it open, even though maybe we're not required to.
Oh, we would be because of the
Yeah.
board committee.
And to keep it transparent.
I mean,
Okay.
Our other, like, finance committee is posted.
I guess-
People can come to it. We
We've
just
had
haven't
parents come.
broadcast it. We haven't, yeah.
Yep.
But
I guess I wasn't thinking that this would be.
It's gotta be
a
extra open
merger
because
committee
it's
meeting.
potentially two different.
Oh, what were you thinking?
I was just thinking a meeting, sit down and.
Okay.
Just a normal meeting and talking with folks, but,
Okay.
if it is a merger, no,
I didn't think of it that way.
I
Just
just.
processing.
I mean, if we had some questions, I don't mind talking to people, but I think the problem with doing that is emotions get involved and who's talking to what and whatever, so that's why I'm suggesting that if we do, maybe we just have it open and people can watch the tape and see if the questions are answered. So we haven't done that as a board yet. I know there's been some discussions with the administration, which made sense because you're sorting some things out, but we haven't done it as a board. So would it be the whole board? Would it be a subset of the board? Would it?
Well, because the recommendation was just to reform the committee, repurpose that committee
Okay.
into this committee.
But I feel
But-
like I wouldn't mind sitting in at least. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I didn't think of it as more of a, there's still the merger committee. Give them the opportunity to come up with some more questions and take other questions as well.
Could we?
And then schedule a meeting, is that what you're thinking?
Maybe, I'm just wondering, to build on Jeff's point, to incorporate everything, is if we can kind of keep it the really, really high level, because I think we quickly, because we're human, we go down to the things that we can grab onto, like the smaller bits that's easy for us to, say, you're different here, you're different there, but that's not the point right now. It's
Right.
like, we just want to have a discussion with you guys and how you're feeling and, what do you get out of this and what would be of interest, and then we can do the same. Because
Well, and I would think it'd be nice to collect those questions and share them ahead of time even. Get their questions, so we have a chance to look at them, they can look at ours. Or no, just because then that gives you a chance to get answers. Like, they might ask questions I don't know the answer to, and I'm gonna have to go to admin for something, or a counselor for something, because I won't know the answer.
What do you guys think? I've been doing a lot of the talking. Teresa? TJ?
Is there I know one of the suggestions from the parents was getting like a merger and acquisitions attorney involved. I mean, I feel like we don't know what we're doing.
Sure.
And it concerns me a little.
I think that would come after Jennifer, though. You know what I mean? If we need to, because then there's that, the plan of merger is the next step if we decide to merge. Then that's when we would have legal counsel to help both schools kind of enter into that. Like, who's the surviving school, who's the merging school, what's this, that, all those types of things would come down the road. I think we're kind of just deciding right now, does it make sense for
I
both
think it's
schools
similar
and getting
to-
to some of the.
Yeah, sorry, it's similar
Parts
to Mr. Sorensen's feedback, which is like, he can envision a way that this could work financially. If he stood up there and said, I got no idea how you're gonna connect these two debts, previous debt, nobody's gonna buy that story, then I'd be a little bit anxious about going down this path, because we're really relying on investors buying that story. Same with the attorney, I think, and eventually if they can say this, they can see how this will go together. That's enough information for me right now. I think later there's gonna be some money to spend for sure on attorneys.
Well, he also said that, we are who we are. We've been fiscally responsible for so many years. We stay in the black. We're conservative. We have options. So what I would like to see, to stay autonomous, if we didn't want to merge, right? So I guess I'm looking for the hard numbers. I want to see what kind of surplus merger is going to give us. I'm looking to make those changes that keep getting pushed off. Like I said, my top three aren't necessarily aligning with maybe anybody else right now.
But I think we need to see the numbers, right, on how, and I don't know if that's the finance committee, Cody, or how we get to that.
What is our strategic plan, our initiative? Why are we doing this growth mode that we're doing? We're doing it to bring pay up to scale. We are doing it to increase programming opportunities, especially for our kids who leave for PSEO, right? We have high schoolers that we need to grasp and educate. We are doing it so that we can provide facilities for our students. So it's not that culture and curriculum aren't important, but when we talk about, we are a nonprofit. We're a poor nonprofit. Money is important. Stretching every single dollar is absolutely a must mindset.
But
We have to scale to stretch every single dollar. Like take the penny and pull it.
I feel like we can do that ourselves. I mean, we can do the calculation without a meeting with the others, right? So it's almost like maybe two things. Because the financial calculation, we can
have
do.
a fiscal responsibility that we must fulfill. We just have to start focusing on our initiatives, our strategic plan.
If I may, I mean, we met December 5th, right? We looked at all of our options. And there weren't any, right? I mean, the two of the existing building that gives us a split site, we can't afford it because we only get 15,000 square feet of finished space. And then we don't even, there's no guarantee when we will be able to even finish the rest of that space for classrooms. We have no idea because we're tapping out every single penny we have to purchase that building for just $912. There's nothing. Right now, the only option that is anything that gives us a building that we can be 612 on one site is the merger with WLA right now. That's the only one right now. And we're gonna have to make some tough, we're talking about enrollment in January, and I don't know where's the light at the end of the tunnel. It's gonna get pretty challenging if we keep kicking the can down the road farther and farther. When are we gonna say, you know what, we need to kind of either let's get some of this merger decisions, discussed and see if it is a good, thing, if we can make it work, because that's what's holding, I think, a lot of the board back is, does a merger make sense? I mean, I think I hear all that conversation. Well, let's investigate and find out. I mean, we know the finances are gonna make sense, right? We can make the buildings work, we have the money available. I mean, it gives, like what you're talking about, Heddle, some of the stuff we talk about with getting our pay scale in line, some of the other issues we have, it gives us the numbers, there's things there. It's just, does a merger make sense? I think that's what's holding everybody back, and now if we can get two committees, one from each school, and whoever's in there, just start talking about what does it look like, what does it work, that's kind of where I think we need to kind of start deciding, or else we're back to square one, is like, okay, now what are we gonna do? Because there's no other option.
So we have to start leading, right, instead of being led.
Yeah.
I keep thinking in my mind, what book they use to teach sight words or workbook for their, science projects. We got to get past that. We have to start looking at what's going to create the opportunities that we need.
But what about
So
a
how do we do that as a board?
A proposal is if we have a meeting, and I'm open to suggestions on how that meeting looks like, although it should be open, right, and broadcast. The merger, so, would a merger support the mission and vision of our school and theirs, right? So start there, because I think right now we still have that question, and I think they would have the same question as how does a merger with us help support their needs, right? And I think have that discussion. And then what information do we need to know in order to support the approval? We'll have some questions that we still need to know that we can share with them, and they may have, and I've heard some of their questions that it'd be super easy for us to answer, right? But we haven't had the forum to do that. And then the last one is we had initially tasked was that, what do we gain or lose if a merger is approved? I mean, that's just a reality, but I agree with Jeff. I think it's maybe too early to have a negotiation, but I think just does it make sense to carry down this path? Does it support what they want to do as a school, and then can we come and say, here's what we would need for our school to be supported? that first question, I think, would be interesting, because unless we have an open forum, I don't think we should be having those discussions.
I wanted to say too, I think it's our due diligence to look at this and talk to them and find out what their ideas are, what our ideas are, kind of thing, until Jeff does bring other options. Like if Jeff does find other options, we can certainly look at those too, but right now we don't have other options, and I think we have to look at this one.
I'm just hearing from a lot of people saying that we're recommending, I don't know if that's the way that we totally want to steer, but we're trying to negotiate or have some kind of committee with the other school and like kind of talk to them about, the merger and how we're going to apply that. But would that really be, I think we should ask, is that something that will really be beneficial towards us? Would there be like some sort of bias in it? Would there not be bias into it? It's not something we can say, yeah, there would be, or, yes, there is going to be bias. No, there's not going to be bias. We're talking with people who are going to clearly benefit off of our school. And, I feel like it's definitely something we have to think about. Like, if we want to definitely have a committee to create a committee here and a committee at that school and to discuss with them, would they be pushing out the best part of it? I don't know how to word it.
Well,
do you
but the
understand?
goal would be for us to generate questions. For
Okay.
them.
Okay.
For them
And
to
then for them
generate
to answer.
questions
Okay,
with us.
that helps clear it up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
It seems to me that we need to start, we're operating in a vacuum, we do need to start talking to them.
Yeah.
And if we start talking to them and the answers aren't good.
For either party.
We need to know that at some point.
Yeah.
So.
They might not like ours.
They might not like ours either. So we can keep going around this for a whole year, but if we don't actually start talking to each other, we're not gonna start getting answers that.
Yeah, but is that premature? Because we don't even understand what we want.
Yeah.
So we're gonna get in a room and talk about what? Who's gonna represent and say something about us that actually represents this board and this school? I don't know, or is this just gonna be an open forum for everyone to share everyone's idea? Because we don't all agree, right? I'm the first one to admit that. So do I want Dan speaking for us, or just everyone gets a turn in front of their board? Does that sound right? Because
But we have to make a
an
decision.
attorney who is going to talk about, merger, the starting
From the
point is
meeting
trying to
stuff,
figure
but I
out a
think there is
plan.
too
One
many.
at a time.
Sorry, Jennifer.
If you were probably talking to a merger expert, it starts with us understanding what we want, trying to develop our own plan and understand that before we have this conversation. We should, by the way. I'm just figuring out timing, and in my mind's eye, I'm trying to figure out what that might look like when we have that meeting, and we might need like only one or two people from this board doing most of the talking, because there just won't be enough time for 8 or 9 people from one side, let alone another 9 from the others, WLA sharing their feelings, and we all have feelings to share.
Don't we
So how
already
do you
have a
manage
merger
that?
committee? Aren't the board already commissioned a merger committee? Can't the merger committee have that conversation and come back and report to the board?
I want
You know
to
what I
have
mean?
more of a conversation within before we have that with another group externally. I guess maybe that's my
So
point.
to your point though, Jeff, didn't the expansion committee already collect what the community wanted in terms of expansion? So like, what we want in the building, what we want to see as a community, that information, I believe, is already there, is it not?
We haven't had the conversation of whether we should look at moving to an entirely new school district.
But Cunningham surveyed the staff, they surveyed the community on what they want to
No,
see.
we
with an
haven't as
expansion.
a board.
Isn't that a starting space for us as a merger committee?
Yeah, it is. And we need to complete that before we have that conversation externally with another party. We have to understand ourselves. And it's a survey. There's a lot to be learned. We haven't really had much discussion about all the comments made in all these surveys. There were some good ones and then things that we need to continue to explore.
I have a question. It's a finance question. 2028, both schools' bonds balloon. The payments on the bonds balloon.
I'm not sure off the top of my head. but
WA
you know.
balloons to 6 million and we balloon to 3 in 2028.
I don't think that's correct.
Page 34-ish, 32-ish on the annual report.
On our audit report?
32, 34.
Well, put up.
I think, well, you have bonds that have specific maturities that have sinking fund payments over time. So the bond is shown as a later maturity, but it's, the payments are structured as level debt service over time. It's kind of hard to, it's a term bond with a sinking fund, so it shows as a big piece of debt.
It looks like WLA is just paying interest on theirs, and they have to start paying principal and interest next year, which takes them to 2 million on their $22 million bonding.
I can tell you that.
And then I thought in 2028, it goes to a 6 million bond payment, and ours goes to 3. So how do we, what do charter schools, is this a 10-year thing that happens to charter school bonds?
No, I think their payments are $1.34 million a year when they level out. And they're level through the maturity in 2056.
Could I propose, we have like 2 questions. I think the one is the finance one keeps coming up. I don't know, Cody, if that's, are you on the merger one or no?
I'm not, but I will be looking over their finances and over the break.
Well,
Or Christmas.
I think the question is, does this financially make sense, right? Does a merger financially make sense? That's like one question that I don't think needs to be answered in a sit-down session together with them. We can do the math on our side and calculate that. So I think that's, I would like to make a proposal that could be one. And then the other one is this sit-down session, and I'd like to hear the group on what do we do, what are we looking for, what do we need? And I'm suggesting that we need to start with that initial hypothesis, which is we need more space, and we're offering a middle school, high school program in exchange. That's like the high level. If they're not interested in something high level like that, if they say, forget it, we're going to hold on to our building, then we're back to Jeff again. So that's the sort of discussion, and I think the next question would be like, what other questions do we need to know in order to support the merger approval? The board has gotten pages of feedback from the community, and you may have your own questions. We could submit those to Maggie ahead of time, and then they could be shared with the other school, and they can have their own questions back to us, and we can have a spokesperson. I agree, Jeff, we can go through the answers. They're gonna have some questions that's easy for us, and some of them maybe we also don't know the answer to, but, so how should that meeting happen? Should it be the whole board, with their whole board? Should it be a subset of our board? I'm open.
Yeah, I know. I would like to know what other people think.
I think initially, if I can just offer a thought, I would think that having a committee of both boards be able to at least high level answer those questions, and to Heddle's point, some of those concerns. Like why? What is the why? Why are we trying to solve a problem, right? And how could that help? And then conversely, to answer those questions for WLA as well. I mean, they're in a situation, obviously, where they're looking at various options. So what are they looking for, and how does that work within the context of Math and Science Academy? And if there's some congruence there, and things seem to make some sense, that there is some mutual, then I think that goes to the next step.
Yeah.
And then maybe in January, we can have a different discussion as to what then.
So I think I like the smaller group approach. I just might suggest that we change up the format, because I think we are teacher heavy. Maybe just a suggestion, maybe throw in a couple different constituents to that committee. But
There are a number of parents on that committee who would be very well step up into that position.
sure, I guess I'm saying I'd like to sit in as well, but I can't unless we have somebody else step back, so something to think about. But, so, anyone want to make a motion, something to approve? I'll start with the finance one, just because I'd like, I'd like to have the finances more clearly spelled out, and I guess the deliverable would be something that we can share to the community, like a one-page. That's what I'm thinking, boom, here's why we need to expand. And I don't know if Cody, you can help us lead that, or if that's with the administration.
We can work on something and just.
Probably with our ABC and get a meeting going.
What was that?
Yeah, I'll talk with you. Yeah, we'll get some.
So we can work on, so you want like a page on the financial need for
For expansion.
expansion or merger?
Yeah, just expanding, and then merger could be one way to do it.
Because I think that text in our audit would be a good place to start.
Is it
Something that-
possible to do a projection too, of what
Yeah.
it might look like 5 years down the road? On both aspects of that?
If we did nothing,
Yeah.
and if we expanded,
Yeah.
I think is the question. So can I get a second on that? Just
Do we
like,
even need a motion for that, or just?
I'd like it to be,
We'll just do that at our
any
next.
further discussion on that one?
We'll add that to our agenda.
So financial summary, okay, all those in favor? Say aye. Opposed?
Sorry.
Abstained? Sorry?
I need some wording so I can understand what we're approving or what we're.
Yeah, so I just asked that we get a simple, I said one-page summary, but a one-page-ish summary of financial reasons why.
Summary and projection.
Summary and projection of expansion, the reason for expansion, the need for expansion, how about that?
And can we also add, taking into account the operating lease section
The operating.
payment on the annual financial reports that show the lease payments?
Are you referring to the bubble
Yeah.
payment that you're talking about, looking into that a little bit more? So just looking
How we
at,
tackle that?
I mean, I think first and foremost, this one-page report is gonna just be, we have to expand. Or either we have to expand, or we're gonna have to start cutting money from the budget. That's what that's what we need to answer,
Yeah.
why we're expanding. And then, once we actually figure out how we're expanding, then we can address these other issues. But what I'm hearing from the community is, well, why?
The why.
Just
Yeah.
need some clarity.
There's a clearly, because a long, financial reports, people are not, and we shouldn't expect them to go through all that.
Okay, so what motion do you have?
Can you read
I
that?
have one-page summary and projection of financing for expansion with an exploration of potential merger.
Okay.
Does that encompass what we've
Sure.
just kind of come to?
Okay.
The merger piece.
I'm just saying with an
Yeah,
explanation.
no, I'm just thinking, that's a lot. And that second piece.
I mean, we can leave it at expansion.
I think we should just leave it at expansion and knowing that expansion.
encompasses merger.
So,
Then we
read
leave
one
that
more
out.
time for us to officially approve.
One-page summary and projection of the finances needed for expansion.
Okay, okay with that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Okay, so thanks for your help. We'll look forward to that. And sorry to belabor it, but do we need to wait till the next meeting to approve it, or do you want to just put it on the
Approve
expansion
what?
page?
Well, no, we'll work on it, but we'll probably want to approve it at the finance committee.
Fine.
And
I'm
then
just saying,
we'll
does
bring it to the
does need
board.
the board approval? I mean, it's a fact. It is what it is. Just put it to the expansion page. What do you think?
It
Or
should
do
be
you want to approve
discussed
it?
at the board.
We should discuss it as a board, and then it can be part of
Okay.
the expansion.
All right, then the next one is this meeting. Sorry to keep pushing us, guys, but otherwise TJ's gonna.
No, we're close. We
Okay,
still got
okay.
10 minutes.
No
To
pressure.
hit our 4 hours and 15-minute
So,
meeting.
What's your proposal?
Maybe would it just be to restate the first sentence, just take out reform out and just.
Well, but I'm wondering if the goal is to send a smaller group, is if the merger committee collects some, compiles the questions, right? However we want to do that, and creates a subcommittee to meet? Or is that not okay? Does that make sense? Or
So
Like a smaller
instead of the
meeting?
entire committee going and doing this merger.
What are our
exploratory,
questions?
It would be a subcommittee that goes to WSA.
I don't know if that
Yeah,
makes
like
more
our-
sense.
Like
We
our
got like
committee that we
20
have
people.
now.
Yep.
Comes up with questions,
Yep.
Yep.
and then you,
A committee can be formed between the
Straight, a
two
smaller
schools,
committee.
that's a subcommittee of,
with some of those parents.
Yeah.
that-
Like, well, I mean, I don't know what the number is, right? Like, how many do we want, who would be, like, I don't know the date, I don't know the time, who's available. I mean, because that's all gonna play into it too.
I mean, realistically, 20 people having a single discussion is not effective.
Right, that's what I mean. So do we want to cap it at 5, at 6? I don't know.
But
5 from each school?
Yeah, I don't know.
we can
Yeah.
have a spokesperson go through, and they can have a spokesperson, and then as many want to come from the public can listen, right?
True.
So maybe we could do something like that. What's that?
I think the committee should decide. I'm comfortable deciding on.
So I guess what we're then empowering, which is different, is empowering this merger committee to have a discussion with another school and sort out the details on what's a good way of getting after some of these questions that we have. Right? Is that right?
To bring admin with you.
Right. There's
You should
admin on the
probably-
committee.
You should probably be there.
And this is just exploratory, no decisions.
None.
Just
Just,
asking
well,
questions.
what are our questions? What are we hoping to get answers to? Don't,
I don't even.
Can we
think need
submit
to vote
those
on
to
that.
you,
Do
or?
we need to vote?
yeah, I want to be able to collect questions. So should those questions be from, I mean, I don't know how, does that look like a survey? And then, because maybe 10 people have a similar question, you know what I mean?
So
I don't know
there's-
what's the best way to go about
Just a
that.
proposal, there's nothing stopping people from emailing
No,
anyone on the
nothing.
board, but we've already surveyed them twice. We've
Yep.
got the long one.
Yep.
And then we've got the more recent one with the board chair. There's a lot of good questions in there, so that's what I'm saying. We can pick and choose, or you can review those and pull out top 5 or 10 questions that, are consistent,
Okay,
and start with that. And then if anyone from the public has additional questions, they can do that. I'm just thinking,
okay. And then, so, keep going.
so I think I would be happy if you reach out to the school, maybe, I don't know if that's through Randy or however we want to do it. And say, we want to have a discussion and sit down and just have a general, what's the best format for them? Talk through some of these strategic questions about, is this a good fit? And does it make sense to continue to have more detailed discussions later? So I guess the motion, if I were to make one, would be to empower our merger committee, and Maggie being the chair, to reach out and develop a format to have a sit-down, open meeting session together with WLA representatives.
Okay. So, reaching out first to set up a date and time, and then having a merger committee meeting after to make sure everybody's on the same page with the questions. Does that make sense?
I think sometime in January, it would be great if we could have the meeting before our next board meeting.
Okay.
That would be great. So I think.
But
look,
like that way, like, hi, we're interested in,
Having a
once I
meeting.
have some date options, come back to the committee and work on this next step?
Sure.
Okay. Good questions. Okay. And then when we do have the meeting open,
Yep.
filmed, like, is it me and someone from, like, sharing these questions and answers? Or is it 5 of us and 5 of them, or?
Probably, like, at least you, and then someone from admin,
Parent representative.
and maybe a parent, so 3 and 3.
3? And then, and anybody can come, I don't know.
But we don't have to have the whole gang, if you will. We can watch it later. And I think if we get our questions listed out, I think that should be fine. And then,
Okay.
so should we make a motion on this? It's a slight change from what we've asked before. But you're still answering these questions. It's just now we're asking you to talk to the school.
Yeah.
So do you need a motion?
I would like
Or is it
one.
more
I think your
directive?
recommendations still work, so
Just to take out
we
Yeah, would recommend that
this committee.
the merger committee,
do the thing.
well, I'm just like, because I just see Like,
Because, can I ask,
Now we'll
Dan,
just meet and ask
has
questions.
WLA, their meeting's on Wednesday, so they haven't approved merger exploration committee yet. So that hasn't been done.
Honestly, haven't talked to them, and I think we're trying to do it, everything open. I haven't talked to them in a really long.
Because it was at the last meeting, we gave the directive to reach out for them to, is that correct? Did I miss something? For them to form a committee with,
We can meet with them.
Way back, we talked about how a plan could work, like what would need to be done, but it was super high level, so I haven't talked to them on logistics for many months. So before we put it on pause, and now we're exploring it again. And just so the community is clear, we're not voting on a merger tonight, we're voting on exploring this option further.
so I guess my question is has WLA formed their
I don't
committee?
know.
That's what we need to find out
So I
first.
think Maggie can check on that.
I think I can make a motion. You're okay? I motion to allow what is the official name of the committee?
merger committee.
The merger committee to start a high-level discussion with WLA.
In regards.
In
regards to
order
the
to answer,
High-level merger questions.
well, yeah, I guess.
And report back.
From stakeholders?
From stakeholders, yeah.
Questions from the stakeholders?
So I guess the question for the board is, what questions do you need to know in order to support a merger approval, right? So that's our question that we need to send to Maggie. And then the one that's above that one is, I would love to hear a discussion between our side and theirs, sorry to use those, but I mean, basically the two sides. Does this make sense? Can you see a path where this could make sense? That's the first one. And then the next one is, what other questions do we have?
So, and to your point, right, so we're gonna talk financially separate,
Yep, that's a
okay?
separate.
So, do we entertain questions about culture and curriculum at this time? Because that was a lot of the questions. And I think that would be, I don't know if this is the place to start those questions. Because a lot of the questions people have deal with culture and curriculum. I don't know if that's for this meeting.
So think about it, so from my perspective, I don't need to know the answer of their culture does this or their culture does that in order to make a merger decision. That is an important one, but that's a much later one. And so if for them, if I'm putting myself in another person's shoes, if that's like the burning issue, they can't possibly see a merger unless they understand the culture here, then I would say that that's a fair question. But I feel like, in my perspective, that's the next level down in terms of details of how do we work the merger out together. And it's gonna take years
Yeah.
to get some of these things sorted out. And some things maybe we will agree to disagree. We will do something different in the high school than we do in elementary school. And I'm okay with that, but maybe it's not for them. And so I think we should, whatever questions that they need answered in order to help support a merger decision.
Okay.
Same for us. So we may have very different questions, things that are important to us.
Can I read?
Yeah, what do you got?
This is how I wrote it, and maybe I'm off, but recommend that the merger committee reach out and openly meet to jointly ask and answer high-level questions to better understand the why and how it could benefit both organizations.
Yeah.
It does sound really good.
That's good.
I'll second it then. Did you first it?
Sure.
Okay. Further discussion?
I mean, in the future, we may want to consider looking for a consultant, because some of this direction and just some of your comments you just made about culture and things not being important, I mean.
Oh,
some of this
it's
stuff
important.
just the process we're going through, some of this just absolutely scares me, that we don't know what we're doing. And-
Never done a merger, so, yeah,
And where do
it's
we
scary.
find that
Right,
consultant?
and I agree, it is terrifying.
I agree we
But
don't know
Jeff,
what
I
we're
would say
doing, but I
it's
think we
clearly
need to get to a
important.
point
Keep
that,
bringing it up, but go ahead.
I think we need to get, I agree, we need to bring somebody in, but if we can't even get past that first kind of discussion, then we have our answer.
Yeah,
Once we
that's telling.
No, but that's just the thing, I think we all have slightly different views on what that first question needs to be, that somehow supersedes all those other questions, and mine is a little different from yours and yours, and you know, mine has always been about strategic fit, so.
So let's see. So can I, any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion DJ mentioned, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
No.
That's a no. Any abstentions? Okay, motion passes 8-1. Good, I think that was the last, oh no, we have
Approval of the audit.
audit.
Or well, we have the bylaw one, but I don't know if
Bylaws,
it's-
but we're not ready to approve anything yet, right? Okay. So financial audit, do you want
I
to?
motion to approve the financial audit.
Do we need to say anything about the draft status of it? Because we read the draft.
Oh, that's right, you look. I think.
Can we officially approve the draft one? Because that's the one I read. And then if there's any changes?
The one I read was the final, and besides that yellow highlighted, I don't believe I saw any significant changes.
All right. Then you made a motion, I'll second. Any further discussion on the audit? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstained, okay, audit passes, thanks, Courtney. Quick rundown, future items, so we will do the diversity, equity, inclusion. I will send you a doodle poll for availability, and we'll see what works the best for everyone there. And I owe Paula some email on that. Strategic plan, so we have an update in January, strategic plan update, investigation, progress update, student petition update. So Randy, you and me, we need to make sure we're aligned, because we owe the authorizer feedback as well as the community. It'd be nice if we could get the authorizer one out before.
I'm working on that one with our sped department.
Okay. And I don't have it listed here, but we will need the feedback, your mid-year feedback as well. We'll have to decide if we want to do like a closed session or the survey feedback combined with your data against the different objectives. We'll do that one in January too. And then I have a plug. It says here, solicit 1 to 2 community members. Now, Jeff, are you up for?
None of us are up for election.
I don't know where that came from then, but I was.
No, if we approve our new bylaws, we'll need 3 community members.
Ah, yes. I don't know if we'll have that approved. Probably not, because.
No, there's no way.
I
Because.
said probably not.
No, just don't even, no. January will still be editing.
All right.
Maybe February will still be editing, so we'll have a full, clean draft, still a draft, but a clean one to read in its entirety by March. Gosh, that takes us to the end of the first quarter of the new year. We gotta make that move faster.
It's an important document, I think, to do it right.
Maybe in February, if we don't have a workshop planned, we can use the workshop time again. And then the committee just really needs to get together and just, you know, get that initial draft.
What worked, what didn't tonight? The heat was better, right? Temperature was fine.
Not fine.
Not fine.
No? Cool? Not cold.
But better.
It better, but yes, it's better.
Not blue fingers.
Yeah.
What didn't work?
I would say maybe reviewing our materials a little more in depth prior to coming, just a little bit more, and it was evident more so in the bylaw discussion that there's a lot of downtime of just reading and processing. So I think coming more prepared to the next meeting would benefit time.
Yeah, and I would just add that piece. I think we did a little bit better of kind of staying on task, but we can even be better at it. So I think if our agenda is locked in, like when you send it, I would love to just go over it and say, well, right now we're at 4 hours, 3 hours. And then maybe that makes decisions easier for the next month, so we know really realistically how much time is going to take.
I would say Randy and Megan, I have a general, you know, like we look at that and we're like, that can't be done. So we're going to kick that one to the next month, but that's very high level. And sometimes I will say, I'm not defending it, but sometimes the topic I think is 5 minutes ends up being a lot more, right? But,
Sure.
okay, fair feedback. So, good. Well, I'm going to make a motion to adjourn at 9:19. It's close to the 9:30.
9:15, so actually it's only 4 minutes.
Okay.
Second.
Second. Wendell, second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion adjourned. Thanks, everyone.